Right, okay, the first video fucked up, so we're doing the video again. It bailed roughly about 6 hours in. But that's like a 6-hour long video now. I'm just up, by the way, so yeah. This is also off the Wi-Fi. So I don't know how good the quality is. Occasionally I'll need to mute the microphone because private conversations, because this is literally the living room window. But we'll have the microphone on right now. Right, okay. The purpose of the stream is purely because outside there's sometimes always something going on. Some sort of people arguing, people fighting, whatever. Not to say I live in a bad neighbourhood, it's what it is. This road here, it's off to the main road. It's like a cutaway, if you like. It's a branch off from the main road, and it just circles round and connects onto the main road again. And what people do is they come down this road to avoid going down the main road and possibly getting caught by the police. Because where we are, the law is that we have quite a fair few laws on like walking around in public just carrying alcohol home from the shop. Like, it's not illegal, but people like to have a drink on the way home from buying a beer from the store, or any alcohol really. That's the illegal part. The law is you actually have to take it home. And also because the area is often quite quiet, people come in and cause disturbances and things. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not, because sometimes it is just funny drunk people yelling or something. We're also in summer now, so more towards the afternoon people start doing like funny stuff. The things that are happening sometimes in this general area, and sometimes it's just in the car park just off to the side there. It might be off camera a little bit, but you'll hear it. It'll be funny. And the other thing is, I should also mention that this setup where the camera is, this exact frame, this is perfect along the road here. Usually the people are too drunk to even care that they are on camera. And the people who have not had a drink or not drunk enough, and they might actually care about being on camera, they'll be out of frame in the car park, usually. Oh yeah, trigger warning. Despite the fact I'm an LGBT person myself, I live in a very homophobic area, which sucks a lot because I'm in a very pro-LGBT, very accepting country. I just so happen to live in a really not very accepting area, which sucks. So you might see some bigots yelling in the street, yelling at me up at my window because I have some pride flags by my window. And it sucks even more because the one little area that I am in, the one little homophobic area, is literally just this neighborhood. It's not even the city that I live in, it's literally just the neighborhood. So, might as well talk about my theory about that one actually. My theory on that one is very simple. And it's because I think my area is too quiet, too out the way, too secluded. And it's also near a school. So it's also, a little bit, Christian family, traditional family values, sort of quiet, out the way, whatever. It sounds nice, but also means to, people are a bit out of touch, a bit outdated, and a bit stuck in their old ways. Also, the vast majority of people here are quite old. And the homophobia is not coming from, it's not a product of their time. I don't think that is the case. It is probably part of it, but I think it's just a matter of, the nature of the place where people here are very settled. It's very quiet, very settled, and so the people here are unwilling to move on, unwilling to change because how quiet the place is. It's not like in the big city, hustle and bustling and changing is happening all the time and you have to keep up. It's very quiet. I say that as two work vans go past, yes. So, like I said, it's like, yes, it's some of the elderly, it's because they're a bit stuck in their old ways, but they are still homophobic in 2023 purely because they're unwilling to move on, purely because they are here in a very quiet, unchanging, quiet little neighborhood. There's a school nearby. So there is that, but it's just, yeah, some people are just homophobic here. Also, a lot of people don't like the idea of an LGBT person living near a school. because apparently it's not appropriate for kids, which is, of course, bullshit. I don't know if they expect me to live right next door to a red light district, which, by the way, doesn't actually exist in this hometown. The whole city, we don't actually have a red light district. Like, at all. The whole city is a little bit too Christian for that. And also because the city is quite small, you're always going to be next to a school, like not far away from a school. So, but despite that, literally anything outside of this neighbourhood, you're fine, which is hilarious to think, because you go outside this neighbourhood, you then automatically live closer to the school, and then suddenly people are okay with you being gay or transgender or something, just purely because it's not the fact that you're near a school, it's literally just this one little neighbourhood, but it's too quiet and too out the way, and people don't change, so people are a bit stuck in their old ways and being homophobic. And transphobic as well, apparently. Now, that's not to say everyone is. It's not a massively homophobic hotspot, but compared to like the rest of the city, it is a bit of a hotspot, but it's only by like a vocal few. Now, I don't want to like give names on live YouTube, that would be a bad move. But fuck it, they know who they are. So anyway, one of them, what they do is they keep phoning the police. It's hilarious. Well, because I have my LGBT pride flag just literally hanging from the window in another window of the house. It's out of frame, but it is there, and you actually have to see it every time you walk past. It is very noticeable. So then what she does occasionally, what they do is occasionally they phone the police, make up some bullshit about me, and then they make the mistake of making about the fact that I'm LGBT, and then the police ignore them, or they say that I've done this or done that, and they don't make it about the fact that I'm LGBT. They make it sound like a genuine crime. The police come round. The police are then at my door, investigating me, and then they find that either I'm in bed sleeping, I'm not even at home, I'm nowhere near the house at the time, or I'm just questioned about it, and then the police realise that I'm innocent. They go to this other neighbour, tell them if they do that again they'll be arrested. So then what the neighbour does is just agrees with everything that's going on, quotation marks agrees, wait several months and then phone the police again, doing the same scenario. This is horrible. Well, of course it's horrible. But it's rinse and repeat. People have actually thrown stuff at my window, come banging at my door, threatening me, and actually like spread really serious accusations about me, spreading them like rumours. And these people have now found themselves in jail because, despite the fact of the nature of where I live and how homophobic it can be, homophobia is a hate crime within itself. Absolutely, of course it is. So how could I word this to get past YouTube censorships? I've had accusations of non-consensual adult not so fun time, all because of I'm LGBT. False accusations like that, you are going to jail. There are currently, ever since the pandemic, ever since 2020, there's a grand total of 5 people in prison because of me, because of accusations against me, because I'm LGBT. Homophobic acts, violence, threatening, or even just false accusations of much worse stuff, and they're doing it fueled based on the fact that I am LGBT. Homophobia or transphobia is the reasoning for why they are doing this. So not only do they get their traditional, or they get the typical prison time for such crimes, they also get additional time for homophobia. And then they also get traditional time on top of that for transphobia as well. Anyway, there's going to be a reason with these live things. And the reason why these live window viewings are going to be a thing is because, well, A, I can get a live video stream snippet clip thing. I have video evidence of such crimes, which I'm hoping won't even happen today or whatever. B, it gives me something to vent to. It gives me an out. And C, plus it'd be kind of funny to see like drunk people like argue in the street, whatever. Because the area that I'm in can be a little bit weird from time to time. It'll be kind of like to kind of see it, catch it. And final word for me to say, sometimes, yes, the stream will go quiet. I will mute the mic purely because private conversations. Maybe I have music on, whatever, and I don't want to get a copyright strike. So yeah, enjoy the peace and quiet of a beautiful morning here in Scotland. Oh yeah, forgot to mention. Another reason for the stream is, well, therapy. Not only is it good for me to vent, but it's also good for you. Some people need ambient background noise, and some people don't want the soothing sounds of the waves of the ocean or the rustling of the trees. They don't want that. They want racket, If you get it, then you get it. If you don't, then you don't. But some people just need racket, and that's what this is. Now, maybe you live in a big city, lots of hustle and bustle. It's quite a noisy place, and maybe you like the silence, the peace and quiet. Okay, cool, that's fine. Maybe this is not for you, but that's totally fine. Maybe you're like me and you live out in the countryside. Or in a small town. Well, for some people, the sheer quietness and the seclusion can be too quiet. And it can be really disorientating, and it can be really unsettling. It's freaky levels of quiet, especially if you live alone or you live independently. It can easily be too quiet. Putting on music all the time is too noisy. But having ambient background noise is just fine. And that's what this is. But they don't want the rustling of the trees. They don't want the sound of a river. They get that all the time. They're living out in the country. You want city noise. You want people chatting. You want the background chatter of a busy cafe. So maybe you don't sit and watch the live stream because there's honestly nothing to watch. It's hilarious. maybe you just listen to me, or maybe you have this on in the background, open it in another tab, and you're just listening to it. Heck, if you've got this open on another tab, listening to the whole thing, and you're listening to this while you're getting some work done, fab, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. That is wonderful. That's what I like to see. Well, I can't see it because this is live now, and this is going to become a video in future. And if you're listening to this while it's now a video, which means the recording of this is done in the past. So you're watching this in my future. Or, well, listening to it in my future. You get what I mean. You have work to get done. That's fantastic. If this is helping you get your work done, because background noise, great. Holy shit, I've been rambling for like nearly a solid, 15 minutes. That is great. Anyway, background noise. Hello.
Oh,
Are you aware of my YouTube channel?
why would I be? I don't do YouTube. I don't do YouTube, so
Well, say hi to YouTube because you're live on YouTube.
I really
Yes.
I want to be live on YouTube.
You've got an audience of 0 people. I really don't care.
So when did you do that?
It's live right now.
When did you decide to do a YouTube channel?
Oh, I've had a YouTube channel since. Hang on, let me check. I've had a YouTube channel for 5 years. I've had it. Oh, the first videos that went up on this channel were like the 2017 New Year's Day. It was the night where we were at Ed's brother's place, and I drank a whole bottle of vodka.
Yeah.
Expensive Russian Standard. This was a very expensive night. Ed's brother put in a bit of money, and we all put in a fair bit of money as well. And the money that we put in terms of alcohol came to like £3,000. It was a fair bit of alcohol. No, it was like just with a few very expensive collector's bottles. Like one of the bottles, like the glass itself was carved, like the bottle itself was carved diamond. But I've also got no, was this 2016? No, yeah, no, I think this is even older. Because I think no. I think this is the 2016 New Year's Day actually, because I've also got the 2019's Scottish Independence Rally. Yeah, the big one that happened in the town. I've got videos on that. And then I've also got later in that year, Dundee Pride. They're still wet. They're still getting soaked. Oh yeah, I've also got like a bunch of old channels that I don't upload to anymore. Like that are dating back even further back. Like they're dating back to like PS3 time, or like PS3 or PS4 times, or 2014. And they're from like when I played Assassin's Creed constantly. Like I got the entire it's on an old channel that I can't remember the password to. but I've put up like the entire playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origin and Assassin's Creed Syndicate on PS4, and I got an Assassin's Creed on Assassin's Creed Origin. I have a perfect stealth run, so like max out stealth stats. Yeah, I got caught a couple of times, but like I don't care. It's like it's like a zero death run of the game. It's excellent. I'll get it in a bit. So yeah, I've got like old YouTube channels. Oh yeah, oh my god, I used to play like Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist from 7 years ago. And I've had like a YouTube channel in some form for 12 years. Oh yeah, the video from Legacy of the Duelist is like a video is like from the days where people said, "Oh, you would never play a light deck." I played a light deck and won with it, so Constellar. But then I also have like another channel. So this is like, I've got like 3 channels. Yeah, because I've got like another channel that I've forgotten the password to, so I don't use it anymore, but it contains Minecraft. And it's all from 6 years ago. And my Assassin's Creed stuff! And I've also got Assassin's Creed Syndicate and Until Dawn. Oh, I've got the Until Dawn playlist. That's hilarious. Which is also from 7 years ago. Oh, and it's like, it's not exactly my playthrough, but it's like me and Ed. "41 videos of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, a few deaths, much harder game." This is a really cool Assassin's Creed game. It's one of the later ones, and it's the really big one that's based in England, Victoria time England. It has Alexander Graham Bell in it, but he's not the main character. He is just in it. Churchill is also in it as well, which doesn't make sense because they're totally from the different time period. However, this is Assassin's Creed because you get to go to World War I in this game. It travels across to a slightly different time. By a couple of years. But yeah, I've had a YouTube channel for like in some form or another for at least 14 years. I'm one of the early ones of YouTube. It's just I barely upload hardly anything or hardly anything actually worth watching.
Bye. Bye. I'll speak to you later on. Bye.
Right, okay, bye.
Bye.
Check out my channel.
Bye later.
Right, okay, bye.
Bye.
I am non-binary, but classmates don't accept me. What should I do to gain independence? Or acceptance? Continue being yourself. If you're still in school, okay then. If you're in school, I assume typical school age, like high school or something, kids, or should I say people at this age, can be really nasty purely because they just haven't matured. I'm also going to assume that you are still quite young, roughly in your teenage years. And at this stage in life, some people mature faster than others. You are obviously maturing faster than your classmates, purely because you've already came out as non-binary, you something LGBT. Your classmates still have a lot to mature before they are ready to accept other people just for being different to them. Your classmates, including yourself, are young. You're all still developing. And for your classmates, it's very difficult in their stage of life to be accepting of other people, of literally anyone and anything that is anything different to them. And it can be like really mundane things that don't matter. You might prefer Xbox, but you might have classmates that prefer PlayStation, and they are not going to be able to accept that. In fact, you get people that are really weird, that don't accept people for being another gender, including binary genders like boy or girl. Yeah, you get people that don't accept the girls for being a girl. And it's like really sad and pathetic. And so the only thing I can suggest is give your classmates time. It might also be an idea to now start thinking about who your friends are. Because if your classmates are not mature enough to accept you for who you are, do you really want immature children to be your friend? Probably not. They have a fair bit of growing up first and a lot of catching up with you. If they just simply do not accept, never will, then don't have them in your life. It's that simple. I said it would be simple. I didn't say anything about it easy. It's not easy to cut people out of your life. It's simple but not easy. And I wish you the best of luck in your next few years of school and what you choose to do beyond that. Wish you all the best.
He's fucking talking and they don't want me to know.
But they're here. Toki was making the boat with us.
Butters. My eyes are up here. Stop staring at my tits.
Well, shut.
G'day everyone, I'm Jazza. Welcome to YouTube. God save the Queen, man.
President Biden closes gun control speech with God Save the Queen.
God save the Queen, man. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the White House photographer to come up. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to stand. I usually shake everybody's hand. But I'm going to stand in front of each section. No, I really mean it. And if you can see the camera, they can see you. And it's the least consequential part of this whole meeting for you. I promise. All right? God save the Queen, man.
How American can you get? Also, I shouldn't really make jokes about him because the poor man has dementia. He really shouldn't be in any position of political power because he has dementia.
There's not so much tolerance here yet, but we are getting there, you know? We are on our way to get there. This is important to show how many of us are there that support this movement, that supports equality.
Chcemy pokazać, że dzisiaj różnorodność w prawach mniejszości to znaczy Europa, która jest otwarta, to znaczy Europa, która jest tolerancyjna. Taka
you heard of this person called Aaron Reed? Aaron Reed, this is like a first, folks. This never happens. Aaron Reed is a transgender who had me blocked on Twitter, but then unblocked me, and now we're friendly. How many times has that happened? It's like the only time, right? You know, like the good arc, right? I know. She does a lot of really good advocacy work for trans people in the United States, presumably trans people elsewhere, but you know, she lives in the United States. It's the whole thing. Recently got married to that, you may remember Zoe, that Montanian trans representative who was silenced and censured, the whole thing. Erin Reed put out an article on her website, Mountain, right? U.S. internal refugee crisis. 130 to 260,000 trans people have already fled. A growing refugee crisis is occurring within the United States, and it's getting very little coverage. I highlight the growing migration crisis, the people fleeing and the laws they are fleeing from. So we've talked about a lot of this, right? We've talked about how, first of all, I have put Florida on the no-go zone if you're trans, to go not to Florida. If you're in Florida and you're trans, don't be. Listen, if you're in Florida and you're trans, choose one. You only get one of those. Those are mutually exclusive things that you get to have going on at once, all right? Just pick which one matters more to you, Florida or your identity, and go with that. Yeah, other states are in a bad place as well, but like Florida's just, not good. And a lot of trans people have been moving around to blue states. As state legislators across America proliferate anti-trans legislation, a growing crisis is unveiling itself. Trans individuals and their loved ones are increasingly criminalized by their home states and their care banned. This is prompting a growing number to seek refuge elsewhere. The scale of this issue remained under wraps until a recent Data for Progress survey brought to light the unsettling reality. Hundreds of thousands of trans people have already left their home states, and more than 1 million are considering a similar course of action in the coming months. Wow! That's a lot of people. Our poll from Data for Progress shows that 8% of all trans people have already moved out of their community or state as a result of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation. An additional 43% of trans people are likewise considering moving. Trans people are 0.5 to 1, thank you, Anu, I'll take a look, 1% of the population of their U.S., meaning that 130 to 260,000 trans people have already fled their home states. An additional million are considering leaving due to the anti-trans legislation. Let's take a look at this. We have a breakdown by age, whether or not a person's trans. Okay. In the past year, have any of you considered moving out of your community or state as a result of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation? Dark orange, yes, I have considered. Light orange, no, I have not considered. Blue, I have already moved. Gray, not sure. And you can see that for LGBTQ+ adults right here, 27% considering. This frustratingly not labeled percentage right here, have already moved. For people who identify as trans, it's 8% have already moved, and 40% who are not. So 40% not considering means that an actual majority of trans people are considering this, which is just remarkable. You know, I would, not to bring this back to an obscure analogy nobody's ever heard before, but I would actually love to compare this to year by year, what did the Jews think, right? Because the farther along things got, more and more people in the German Jewish community were thinking, hey, should I skedaddle? I just wonder what data there is on that subject. He couldn't help it. I think it's pretty apropos. The top line is 5%, so 5. Okay, I'm not doing math in my head right now. You're the first person to ever compare Jews to trans people, and the first person to ever compare the GOP to Nazis. I know, I am a political truth sayer. I'm out here coming up with new things. Does this include all states or just the hostile ones? It doesn't. It says polled nationally, so I think this would just be all trans people. My guess would be that the 40% of trans people who are not considering moving out of their community or state, a lot of them are just in really solid blue states. These are just the ones that are that confident. Thank you, Lux Infinita. Data shows the largest proportion of trans people by region are in the South. Really? Wait. Where in U.S. are the trans people? Where? I would be curious to see that. Percent of adults identifying as trans in the U.S. Son of a bitch. What are you doing over there in Georgia? What's going on down here? I know that Atlanta is a big blue city, but like, goddamn, yeah, it's interesting. New Mexico, California, and Georgia, I guess, epicenters of transgenderness. Atlanta's one of the biggest cities in the South. No, I know that, but this isn't just a population map. If it was, then New York would be lit up, wouldn't it? Well, or darker blue, I guess. That's interesting. I'd be curious to look into this more in the future. If anyone gives you shit for your Holocaust take, this survivor agrees with you.
That's true. But it didn't start that way. It started with isolation, segregation, and degradation. This is why we must stop it now, before it gets to that.
Giga Chad. Also looks like someone. Why? He seems familiar to me, like I recognize him somewhere. Not really sure who. Half-Life scientist. Sorry. We have seen more and more sanctuary laws put forward for states and cities. Yeah, this was mentioned in chat earlier. The New York Trans Sanctuary State Law. When will the governor sign? Well, it's been signed, I believe. It's been done. So a sanctuary law means that a given state or city will simply not comply with any investigation or extradition or anything like that involving people targeted by some specific laws. So if a state is a sanctuary state, it means that, like, oh, if you're trans there and Texas wants you for something related to, like, your gender identity or whatever else, no, like, local state police will just not do anything. And that means nothing can happen to you. Texas police do not have the jurisdictional authority to go into New York and do their job there. They have limited jurisdiction. The only people who would be able to cross that border and go get you in New York who are not New York police officers is the federal government. And Texas is going after you for a state crime, which means that the federal government's not interested. It is a big deal for states to declare sanctuary status. I mean, this is basically what was fought over in the, this was the Dred Scott decision, right? Or am I mistaken? Yeah, like the sanctuary states for, like, escaped slaves. Yeah, that was Dred Scott, right? Am I misremembering? It is Dred Scott? Okay, just making sure. Aaron Reed's website, Aaron Reed in the Morning, is actually quite excellent, by the way, and I strongly encourage you guys to give it a look. I actually get emails from it. It's one of maybe 3 publications that I get emails from. Vosh, isn't that illegal? Nope. What happens if a pig travels across state lines to make an arrest outside their area? They're not allowed to. A Texas cop doesn't have a Texas cop can't go to New York, then arrest you, then bring you to, like, a New York precinct. If they arrested you and then drove you back to Texas, that would be kidnapping. That's outside jurisdiction. They're not legally allowed to do that. And then this is the Aaron Reed transgender risk map, which is, by the way, one I fully agree with and refer to. What about bounty hunters? It's complicated. Hush. The sanctuary laws are good. Who agrees with me on the subject that you have to choose between being Floridian or being trans, and you can't be both. What if the GOP gains federal power? Guys, the sanctuary state's a good thing. If the GOP gains federal power, and then it would then, like, try to weaponize the DOJ and the FBI to, like, start targeting trans people in state, like, it would still be really difficult, because you might know, if you remember, guys, from recent investigations that we've looked into, that the FBI and the DOJ work with local police departments. You guys remember that? This is what happened with COINTELPRO. The FBI wanted Frederick Hampton murked, so they had to work with the Chicago Police Department. And that's because even if you're a federal agent, you don't really have, like, the know-how or the resources to just show up randomly and start conducting an investigation. You usually rely on local police. The unwillingness for the local police to cooperate does mean a lot. What if a local cop in the sanctuary city sides with it? Shut up! Oh my God! I swear to God, a lot of you, it's not even. It's you're playing with Legos. Shut up! Follow the map. Oh, this is nice news. So in between state courts and the Supreme Court are the federal circuit courts. And it looks like we've been having some fun there. Transgender care suits succeed so far in countering rising bans. About 20 states have gender-affirming care bans for minors, lawsuits pending in about 10 states, 3 more expected. Advocates for trans rights have been racking up early legal victories over states that are trying to ban gender-affirming care for minors, as every court to have considered a ban so far has blocked it. Everyone? Damn. Federal judges in Florida, Arkansas, and Alabama have allowed parents and doctors, not the states, to determine whether the proper treatment for their children involves care the medical community considers best practices, including puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. Keep in mind, though, the reason these states are passing blatantly unconstitutional laws is because they want to have them appealed up to the Supreme Court. So these federal courts are just another step on that path. It is good that the federal courts are siding with us, because obviously if the federal courts side with them, then that's still a victory for them. But their ultimate goal is to see this argued at the Supreme Court. And we will no doubt have a Supreme Court decision which relates in some way to child trans healthcare or whatever. Nice. Jewish immigration from Nazi Germany. Interesting. This just gives raw numbers, not really proportional data. Though, man, I mean, you can kind of... So this is one of the reasons why I'm so ringing the genocide alarm bells early, man. Look, a bunch of people, like Jews, were leaving like 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and then there's this huge spike around 38, 39, but like, bro, by this point, like, it's too late for most of them, right? By 39, like, at this point, with people trying to flee at this point, by 39, these people are fleeing, like they're running, you know? Ideally, you want to leave before fleeing involves like actual fleeing, and is instead like you are avoiding a bad thing, rather than the bad thing is right behind you and you're running faster than it. Ideally, they ran to the USSR too. Well, yeah, the USSR wasn't perfect, but it certainly treated Jews a hell of a lot better than Nazi Germany did. There was anti-Semitism in the USSR, of course, though I think that the Nazis still hold the record on that one. The USSR killed way more Jews. Oh, okay, guys, you know I'm not a USSR defender. I promise you, Nazi Germany was worse to Jews. Come on. Guys, don't you do this black book of communism shit to me, okay? We criticize the USSR because they were revisionists who failed to uphold the legacy of communist writers, not because they were worse than Nazi Germany. Because they weren't. Certainly not on Jewish issues. If things got really bad in the US, where would trans people actually flee to? Canada has already been looking at its refugee laws with regards to trans people in the US. So if you have to wonder, like, let me see if I can find that exact law. They were like looking more at the rules for, I'll find it later. Whatever the case may be, they would be a viable place to go to. What about Mexico as an option for fleeing? Did you know that Mexico actually has, apparently, proportionally, the highest number of LGBT people? In like, how many LGBT people in Mexico? It was like 12.6% or some crazy shit like that. It was like higher than, like how when I Google North America, it just shows America. That's why Latin Americans hate the fact that Americans call themselves Americans. Anyway, in America, it's like 7.1%, but in Mexico, it was like 12.6% or some shit like that. What else would we say United States? Well, yeah, that's what like in every legal form America is called, the United States of America. As in the combined 50 states that exist in the continent of America. That's why North America and South America are called that. And Latin America is basically everything south of our southern border. But because we're the big political hegemon, we call ourselves America, which is kind of definitely wrong. America broadly refers to this whole collection of continents, you know, it's very rude of us. Words kind of multiple meanings. Yeah, but don't you think it's a little bit arrogant to have like a gigantic landmass full of indigenous and Spanish people called like the Americas, and then we're like, yeah, we're the United States of America, but you can just call us America, you know, because we're America. Sorry, this is the America, right? You know, like everything else. Oh, you're the Americas, plural. Okay, you're like the area, but this is America. It's like a New York situation where you're from New York if you lived in the state of New York, but when you say I'm from New York, what a lot of people will think you mean is that you're from the city, New York. And that's like the whole, like, if you know, it's like a whole, like, well, who has the power to make that determination thing? And in that case, that's just what they named the state and city. But in this case, it's like Latin American people do not like the fact that we call ourselves America. So should we call ourselves Americans or something? Oh, you can call yourself whatever you want. I say America or Americans. I'm not gonna let like a Mexican guy let me reroute the entire language. No, it's just like they're mad about it, and they can stay mad. I'm not gonna change the name I use for Americans or whatever. But I'm just saying why they're mad. They have a right to be mad. You know, probably kind of annoying. We call you Estadounidenses. Yeah, that's something you can only really do in Spanish. United Statesers, that doesn't work in English at all. United Statesers sounds ridiculous. Staties, yeah. Nobody says Estadounidenses. No, they call us like Americanos or Gringos. Yeah, different thing. Yankees, that might work. The U.S. was originally going to be called Colombia before Colombia gained independence, if you never knew. That's why it's called that in BioShock Infinite. That was the reference with the name of the place, because it was like it's like a hearkening to the original America, so they went back to the old name too. Yeah, that's why I call District of Columbia as well, DC. Yeah, District of Columbia. The whole place might have got called Columbia, but then Columbia happened. So, speaking of hope, the new game isn't centrist garbage. Yeah, well. Do you think we'll ever have a Pan-American movement? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mean NAFTA? You referring to NAFTA, my friend? Oh, there you go, Gabe. The Monroe Doctrine? Yeah. Pan-Americanism? You mean the Monroe Doctrine? Sorry. NAFTA's only an org. Yeah, NAFTA plus the Monroe Doctrine. Together.
The two superpowers of the world have lots to talk about. As the highest level American official stepped off the plane in Beijing, Antony Blinken's aides already tried to downplay the outcome of the visit. But he's still the first Secretary of State to make the trip in 5 years. Blinken began his first meeting in the afternoon at the Diaoyutai State Guest House, met outside by the Chinese Foreign Minister Qin Jiang, who until a few months ago was the ambassador in Washington. Standing by their respective flags, the greeting was described as chilly from reports on the ground, which is hardly surprising given the build-up.
I have no idea what this thing is. I hope it's in focus.
The meeting was postponed for 4 months because of this. Americans claim the Chinese sent spy balloons into their territory, which they shot down. The Chinese say they were weather balloons and accused America of overreacting. Then the diplomatic drama continued, with angry rhetoric turning into military drills over the Taiwan Strait. Back to today, at a very long table in Beijing, with the delegations facing each other, they didn't make any opening remarks as they closed the doors to reporters. So what will they have talked about? For Blinken, American officials said their goal was to reopen lines of high-level communication. For China, Taiwan would have been high on the list, an independent island who they claim as part of their own territory. Earlier in the week, the United States was told to stop interfering in China's internal affairs. There's one more big question looming over the visit. Will President Xi Jinping meet with Blinken? A few days ago, he warmly welcomed Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, calling him the first American friend he'd met in Beijing all year. While the American officials claim the talks today behind closed doors have been candid, substantive and constructive, they'll be hoping for more of the same tomorrow to restore a sense of calm after a period of undeniable tension.
Welcome to the city of London. Yes, of course, it's raining. Over 20 million tourists descend upon this historic city each and every year, and you very well might be one of them. Hopefully on a day a little bit better than this. Now, my name is Evan Ettinger. I've lived here for over 10 years, and today I'm going to be helping you not make the same mistakes that every tourist makes upon visiting the city. So hopefully you can get the most of what the city has to offer. So first big mistake, staying in Zone 1 for accommodation. London is a massive city, and a lot of tourists wrongfully assume that they need to stay somewhere near the center of the city so they can see everything. But there's a couple big issues with that. It is a really large city, so no matter where you stay, you're going to end up having to travel at least a little bit to get to some places you want to go to. The public transit here is amazing. This ain't America. Provided you're within a 10-minute walk of your nearest underground station. Actually, now that I think about it, that's probably my biggest tip. Wherever you stay in London, make sure you're within a 10-minute walk of an underground station. And then the whole of the city opens up to you. And you can get anywhere you want really quickly. Even at 10 Downing Street. Boy, Rishi, you snack. Let me in. Every tourist is already pretty familiar with Covent Garden, St. Paul's, Kensington, and the like. But you're already probably going to be visiting those places anyway. So why not develop a more intimate connection with an area outside the standard touristy zones? But who else can say that they've stayed in Fulham? People in Fulham don't even want to tell you that. Just replace Fulham with Balham or Clapham or any of those other parts. Plus, I haven't even mentioned how expensive it is to stay in Zone 1. It's a no-brainer. You save money, get a better connection with an area outside of the touristy spots. Don't stay in Zone 1. Yes. And now on for mistake number 2, which really goes hand in hand with mistake number 1. We already talked about how you shouldn't really be staying in Zone 1 for accommodation, but you also shouldn't be spending the majority of your time here, especially in all of the touristy locations, such as Leicester Square, where I'm right now. Now, there's no doubt if you've heard of London, you've heard of Leicester Square, or even Oxford Street, the busiest shopping street in all of Europe. However, what used to be a great place full of individual little shops and places to pick up things has now become essentially an amalgamation of different overpriced American candy stores and other tourist traps that you really shouldn't be spending any time in. Especially in the evening, this place is absolutely packed, but it plays an incredibly important role in London society, which is to make sure all the tourists go here so that we have a little bit more space in the rest of the city doing things we actually want to do. So instead of walking down American Candy Street, why not try out nearby Carnaby Street, which still has a lively vibe with actual shops and good food? Or instead of Leicester Square, why not try out Seven Dials, one of the most beautiful parts of inner London. It's right next to Covent Garden and has one of my absolute favorite pizzas in all of the city. That, of course, being Home Slice. You gotta try it. As a guy from New Jersey, I can attest those big pizzas are well worth the 20 quid. But you'd also be making a mistake not to venture out of the center of the city at all. London has so many beautiful parks, and each one has its own vibe that you can just go pick one for the day and explore, and you'll have a blast. What do you even do in Leicester Square?
You go to premieres, pretty much, that's it.
What about the M&M store?
I've been in there once and I didn't buy anything.
A soup?
We turn now to an issue of concern to parent and child, and increasingly the rest of us, as a private matter becomes more and more political. Here's Susan Spencer.
There has been a huge backlash against the transgender community, and specifically transgender social media star Dylan Mulvaney after they got a brand deal from Bud Light.
A beer is now promoting itself during March Madness, a male-oriented event, by hiring a man who says he is a woman dressed as Audrey Hepburn to sell you beer.
Whether you're liberal or conservative, you probably have some strong feelings about this. So in this video, I'm going to share with you what medical studies say about gender affirmation and transgender people, and how I, as a real doctor, a board-certified plastic surgeon, believe this whole situation with transgender children and adults should be handled. Well, this is a super hot topic, and I know people have very strong opinions about transgender topics today. And so I'm going to try to handle it from a completely medical perspective. We're going to hear what the medical associations recommend, and we're going to talk about the studies that have actually looked at transgender surgery and transgender people in general. And in the end, I'm going to go on a limb and give you my opinion of this whole thing. Did you know that only 0.7% of the population is transgender? Well, this is a relatively tiny segment of the overall population of the United States, yet it seems like this subject is in the news every single day. Well, studies show that transgender people realize that they are transgender at an average age of only 8.5 years old. However, they don't disclose their feelings until about 10 years later on average. Now, before we go any further, I think it's important for us to define two very important terms: cisgender and natal gender. I think we all know what transgender means, but do you know what cisgender and natal gender means? Because I think it's important to this whole discussion. The term cisgender refers to people who identify as the gender of their birth. Natal gender refers to the sex that was assigned at birth. So, I was born a male, I identify as a male, so I'm a cisgendered male because I identify as that, and my natal gender is male. Well, something that is really concerning to me is that studies show that adolescents and adults who identify as transgender have high rates of depression, anxiety, eating disorders, self-harm, and suicide. In fact, one study found 56% of youth who identify as transgender have contemplated suicide, with 31% actually attempting suicide. Now, this is compared to cisgendered, which is 20% and 11% comparatively. So think about it. 1 out of every 3 transgender youth have attempted suicide, and over half have considered it. I mean, these are staggering and really, really sad numbers. Now, as a parent of 2 high school age children, for me to think that either of them would contemplate suicide is absolutely frightening. And I think that we can all agree that we do not want our youth, whether they're cisgender or transgender, to be in that situation and to be so down and to have such, I guess, lack of hope that they would actually consider this type of thing. Now, some people may say that transgender people have more mental illness. Therefore, they may be more likely to contemplate suicide. So is this true? Is there evidence that transgender people have more underlying mental illness than cisgendered people? Well, let's see what the experts say. According to the American Psychiatric Association, being transgender or gender variant implies no impairment in judgment, stability, reliability, or general social or vocational capabilities. However, these individuals often experience discrimination due to a lack of civil rights protections for their gender identity or expression. Such discrimination and lack of equal civil rights is damaging to the mental health of transgender and gender variant individuals. So, mental health issues among transgender people are more the effect of multiple factors, including discrimination, instead of an underlying difference in the amount of mental illness compared to the cisgendered community. And this, I think, is super, super important to realize. So is it just the psychiatrists that believe this? Well, let's see what the American Academy of Pediatrics states. They state that if a mental health issue exists, it most often stems from stigma and negative experiences rather than being intrinsic to the child. So transgender people aren't born with more mental illness, and mental illness does not cause them to be transgender. Transgender people who suffer from mental health issues often have it due to the way they are treated in our society. Now, on top of this, youth who identify as transgender experience disproportionately high rates of homelessness, physical violence, both violence at home and violence in the community, substance abuse, and high-risk sexual behaviors. So when you take all of this into account, I think you get the picture that transgender people are facing. It's discrimination, it's ridicule, bullying, and all of that leading to a poor sense of self-worth and even mental illness that is not, I repeat, it is not a function of them being transgender. It's the result of society's lack of empathy and care for them as individuals. And studies show that this starts at home. In fact, one study looked at 433 transgender adolescents in Ontario, and they found that the suicide attempt rate was 4% when having supportive parents, and as high as 60% when parents weren't supportive. We must do better than that. So how should we treat children who are possibly transgender? Well, research shows that children who are pre-pubertal, meaning ages 5 to about 12, and identify as transgender, they know their gender as clearly as their peers who identify as cisgender, and they benefit from the same level of social acceptance. Now, this means that these children didn't come across as confused about their gender identity, but as certain in their gender as cisgendered children. So just as, let's say, a cisgendered boy naturally identifies as a boy, a transgender boy naturally identifies as a boy. So now let's shift gears and let's talk about the actual process of transitioning. I really would like to demystify something that this whole process, I think, for a lot of people is a mystery for them, and they think a lot of bad things about it. And so let's get to the nitty-gritty of exactly what it is. Gender affirmation refers to the process of reflection, acceptance, and for some, intervention. Basically, the idea is to accept a person for who they are. So, what is the typical course for a young person who seeks gender affirmative care? Well, first it starts with social affirmation. Now, this includes adopting gender affirming hairstyles and clothing. They also start using gender affirming name and accurate pronouns. And they begin using non-binary restrooms or gender identifying restrooms. So the first part of this really is just lifestyle based. Now the next step is puberty blockers. And I know that this is a bit of a controversial subject. So let's explain what this is. Gonadotropin releasing hormones have been used since the 1980s to prevent puberty in children who have central precocious puberty. Basically, by giving these hormones, you can slow down that pubertal process and prevent it from happening. Now, they can be used in adolescence until the age of 16 to give the child and the parents and the healthcare professionals time to explore their gender identity, to develop coping skills, and to give mental health support and really overall support the family and, of course, define the goals of their treatment. Now, if these puberty blockers are halted, then they progress naturally into puberty. Well, studies show that providing puberty blockers to adolescents who identify as transgender generally leads to improved psychological functioning in the young adulthood. And really the goal is to prevent their natal gender physical pubertal changes from happening. So if somebody is a transgender girl and they're starting to go through puberty, we don't want, let's say, the Adam's apple to enlarge, we don't want the facial changes to occur to make this transgender girl to develop more as a boy or a man. And this is because these can necessitate surgery to reverse, and obviously as a surgeon we know we don't want to perform surgery that we don't have to. Now the next step is cross-sex hormone therapy, and this starts in early adolescence. So testosterone is given for female to male transgender patients, and estrogen plus androgen inhibitors are given for male to female transgender patients. And these medications give the transgender person the physical characteristics of their true gender identity. So if somebody is going from male to female, being on estrogen plus androgen in female to male transgender patients, and estrogen plus androgen inhibitors are given for male to female transgender patients. And these medications give the transgender person the physical characteristics of their true gender identity. So if somebody is going from male to female, being on estrogen plus androgen inhibitor hormones would, let's say, give the person a higher voice, maybe softer features, and other traditionally female characteristics. For female to male, testosterone will make the voice deeper, it will give more facial hair, and give the figure more like a traditional male figure. Now, the last step in transitioning is gender-affirming surgeries. Now, the data is very clear that undergoing gender-affirming procedures, including surgery, is very beneficial for people with gender dysphoria. Now, there was a survey of over 22,000 transgender people, and they found that gender-affirming surgeries were associated with a 42% reduction in psychological distress and a 44% reduction in suicidal ideation when compared with transgender and gender-diverse people who had not had gender-affirming surgery, but they wanted it. But not all transgender people get surgery. In fact, the opposite is actually true. Approximately 1 in 4 transgender people undergo surgery. So 3 in 4 do not undergo surgery. So what are the types of procedures that are performed? Well, there are a lot. And although the less invasive procedures, like injectable fillers and Botox, can be done by a plethora of trained practitioners, the actual operations should in general be performed by a real plastic surgeon who specializes in these procedures. So for example, if you're transitioning from male to female and you're considering breast augmentation, you don't want to go to any old plastic surgeon to perform this surgery, because it usually must be done differently than a standard breast augmentation in a cisgendered female. So for example, the male nipple typically lies in a different place, usually a little bit lower than the female nipple, and this should be realized during the operation. Now, gender-affirming operations are separated into 3 basic categories. There's facial reconstructive surgery, top surgery, and bottom surgery. Top surgery and facial reconstruction surgery are usually performed first. Now, I get a lot of people who call my office for gender affirmation surgery, and I'll tell you, this is not something that I actually perform actively. And this is because I strongly believe that these operations are so specialized that only specialists should perform them. And I'm not a gender affirmation surgery specialist. So when people call my office for these types of operations, I will usually refer them to specialists across the country who I trust. That being said, we do injections in my office because I do think that these are not quite as complex and can be performed by a lot of different experts in the field. Now, what about gender affirmation surgery regret? There are people who believe that a high percentage of transgender people who undergo gender affirmation surgery regret it later. Well, the truth is, a recent study revealed only a 1% incidence of surgery regret after a gender affirmation surgery. Just 1%. So the belief that a high percentage of transgender people who undergo gender affirmation procedures regret them later, that is just not true. So what do I believe about gender-affirming care and specifically Dylan Mulvaney? Well, life is not easy for people who are LGBTQ. For hundreds of years, they've been discriminated against, they've been bullied, harassed, ridiculed, and pushed to believe that something is inherently wrong with them. This type of bullying and hateful behavior is so incredibly harmful, and it results in high rates of suicide, depression, and overall unhappiness. What are we doing? Well, whenever possible, we should first and foremost love each other, no matter the color of our skin, our socioeconomic status, or the gender we believe we really are. Now, if you find Dylan Mulvaney weird or annoying or an opportunist, then just don't follow her. Don't let her transition affect you then, and please focus on being nice to our fellow human beings. Now, I know I'm probably going to lose a lot of followers for saying that, but that's okay. Life is short, my friends. Let's not spend it being mean to each other, but instead practice kindness and empathy. Now, you know, I recently reacted to a video of a young transgender man undergoing top surgery, and I think his story is very eye-opening. In the video, you follow him through his process and see his final results. Please check it out right up here where I react to it. And remember, eat real food, use clean skincare, and auto-rejuvenate before you operate.
The jokes are stale, the memes are stale, and just aesthetically not pleasing, and it's really strange, and it's like, put effort in. Please. Hey Spurs, how's it going? It's Jamie, welcome back to another video, first video on the channel. I don't know, but welcome either way, and today is a very fun, exciting video. I'm very happy to be joined by the wonderful One Topic. Hello, OT.
Hello, Spuds, fellow Spuds. I can officially say I am part of Spud Gang. I don't know if you can see behind me, up on the shelf right there. There's a little Jamie.
I have a little Jamie.
You do have a little Jamie. You also technically have a little OT somewhere. I don't know where, but...
I do. Little OT is in the study. So there's 3 Jamies in this video.
Perfect.
Today, OT, you are joining me to have a look through some very wonderful, well, not wonderful, and very not wholesome homophobic memes. Yay.
Is that what we're doing today? Okay, perfect. For anyone wondering, I just woke up from a nap, and this is what Jamie decided to record, so this is going to be fun.
LGTV+, and they've compared it to LGBT+.
Produces crisp graphics. Does not reproduce... Well, already on the first one, they're incorrect. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
Like, no, when the LGBT community can produce children? Is that what they're... That's awful. That's wrong.
I saw a tweet that was like, homosexuality can't be genetic because homosexuals can't reproduce. And it's just like, there's a difference between being gay and being infertile.
Yes, exactly.
And lots of gay people have children where just one person is biologically related, so already fail.
These biology enthusiasts, I wish for a moment they'd spend as much time on learning the biology they preach as they do on trying to dispute other people's biology.
Actually, reading a book.
It was a couple months ago now, but I saw this educator talking about how many people stop their education in biology around the 5th grade and then don't proceed from there. So a lot of the things that you learn in 5th grade are thumbs down for a 5th grade audience, and a lot of things that haven't been discovered, say, in the last 5 years, were not taught when these people were in the 5th grade. They're really missing a lot. And it does help explain some of the conversations they have, where it's like, No, that's not it, fam. Where have you been?
No, it does, and that's the whole point of like the basic biology thing, where it's like, well, when you say basic biology, what you're saying is like oversimplified biology for 5-year-olds.
16.8 million colors. Only 6 colors? Oh my goodness gracious. If I know enough about the Straits, I know they only have 2. They've got black and white. I don't know what their obsession is with everything being in grayscale. It's awful. Doesn't care what you watch. Biased and selective about what is offensive. Oh, shut the front door. Can handle 4K, can't handle jokes. These aren't even comparable. Their joke falls flat on its face.
The last two are just the same thing, right? People who are homophobic, they like say a homophobic thing, someone gets offended and it's like, that's homophobic, you shouldn't say that. And it's like, well, you can't take a joke. And it's like, okay, that wasn't a joke that you were saying there, you were just being a butt.
There are so many good gay jokes. There are so many good trans jokes. They don't have to have the gay person or the trans person as the butt of the joke to be funny. And their lack of understanding in that is based entirely on them being used to being able to punch down on someone, having their humor have a target. And without a target, they're like, well, I don't know how to be funny, so you need to change, not me.
I want to be funny, so laugh.
Exactly. What will happen if gay marriage is legalized? It is teal. Okay, gay people will get married. Oh, nothing bad's gonna happen. Oh, I get this. The terrorists win. Oh, they didn't win, I guess. That's good.
And then somebody posted this and was like, literally all came true, trying to say that just not knowing how a pie chart works.
Oh no.
Apparently, gay marriage is actually responsible for all of these things.
The Third World War broke out.
And it's because of gay marriage, specifically. Jesus was a brown, queer Marxist.
Sounds like you're a fan of Jesus.
Sure am.
Then would you like to convert?
I find this very interesting because I think there's a lot of like, oh, kids are being told that they should be gay and they're being taught about LGBT plus stuff and they're being like turned gay kind of thing, right? That's what homophobes are afraid of. But then religion is so pervasively taught and it has been in schools for years, but there's no issue with that. It's like, okay, so teaching people about one thing isn't bad, but teaching them about another thing because you don't like it is bad.
I find their comparison is a little weak. If I just took this at the most surface level that I think any American could understand. In the Bible, Jesus was like, yo, homeboys, if you want to get into heaven, dog, you can't be rich, because a rich guy has a better chance of passing through the eye of a needle than getting into heaven, or camel in there somewhere. And you look around at many of the mega churches that are in America, and you're thinking, like, do these people need this much money? Is this necessary? No, it's actually against what Jesus taught. So, like, no, you can be a fan of Jesus. He flipped tables. He didn't like people who taxed other people. He wasn't really buddies with the Romans. Like, there's some cool stuff Jesus did. Yeah, I don't think converting is necessary to be a fan of Jesus. Charming, ultra-strong family. Conservatives. Oh, no. Charming, ultra-soft family. Liberal. They're both bear families. What's the difference? Oh, because the
ultra-strong and ultra-soft.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're only associating it with the words strong and soft.
Yeah.
Oh, and red and blue, because those are the two political parties in America, right?
Yeah, it's so strange though. I always have to get my head around that because in the UK it's different. So the Conservatives are blue.
We have a bunch of parties here too. Like, if we ever get tired of one, we just vote in another one, and there's like 6 more in the wings to argue with them if we need them to. But in America, it's like, nah, you gotta pick one option that's not great or another option that's not great. They literally call themselves I don't know. Are they the toilet paper or are they the bears? I'm confused.
Let's just say they're calling themselves toilet paper because that makes it funnier.
My bark has TP and splinters in it. If you don't have that scratching up your butt like sandpaper, then you're a liberal.
Technically, like, it's only under the branch of a homophobic meme because they've put the pride flag on it, which doesn't really make sense.
I thought it was a Care Bear at first. Okay, yeah, I see the rainbow.
Because I thought it was just like a conservatives are strong and liberals are soft and weak kind of thing. And then there's just a pride flag, and I'm like, okay, are you saying all liberals are gay? I don't know. It's a very confusing one.
Get wrecked, liberals. You gay.
And yet ultra soft.
Oh, joke's on them, though. I grew up in a time where, I mean, not that long ago, but still, it feels like a long time ago for me, where people would say that, like, skincare routines were gay, but then also equating gay to bad. So it was like, oh, it's not something you should do. You should never take care of your skin. And I'm over here, like, moisturizing my face every night. Ha-ha! Get wrecked, conservatives. When you're 50, you look 80. When I'm 50, I'll look not that yet. I will look slightly younger.
49. The real question is though, when it comes to toilet paper, do you want it to be ultra strong or ultra soft? Because I would prefer soft.
You know what? I do have a preference. In addition to that, I'll give you some horrifying information after that. So I'll answer your query, but second, I will give you terrible information. So I prefer not strong because it clogs the toilet. If you use enough to wipe your bum, then it's bad. It's done. Did you know that
Do I want to know?
half of people wipe standing up and half of people wipe sitting down?
Oh, it's a 50-50 split.
And did you know that not an insignificant percentage of people poo in the shower?
Huh? What?
So there's a good number of people that also don't wipe at all and just use a shower like a bidet, and then also as the lavatory.
I appreciate washing instead of wiping, but actually going where you then, like in the shower?
Oh, I learned a phrase to go with this actually. They call it waffle stomping because the
Actually, this is more horrifying than any homophobic theme.
I could make it worse.
No.
Did you know there is a whole subsect of men that think it's gay to touch your butt in any fashion? And then again, they're also equating gay to a negative.
So they don't wash their butt.
So they don't wash, they don't wipe, they sit, they go and stand up and run. And then like once every few days they'll shower. Aren't you glad you invited me on for this video?
Yeah. I think all the homophobic memes are going to be really easy to stomach now after that. And all it's taught me is now that conservatives clog toilets. If they're the ultra strong toilet paper, then yeah, great. It's okay. We just want to read some books to your chickens.
Oh, it's a gay sheep! Oh no! Ah, beware, says Catholic Study Fellowship.
Yes, the irony of where it was posted from was not, lost. It's this whole issue with, I think, like, drag queen story time things.
Yes.
And it's like, you just not wanting your child to be exposed to anything that you don't deem normal. I think that's where it's coming from. There's actually nothing wrong with it.
It's such a strong aversion to education. And that can span in any direction. It's learning about your neighbors, about different cultures, about other religions. The risk being that if their child identifies as being part of the community, then they're now in the out group instead of the in group, and that then puts them at risk. And they act in these terrible, horrifying ways to try to, like, the fear of God in these children, to say, like, no, the Lord himself would be like, tisk, children, don't be gay. But in reality, in what writings, honestly, can we cite that says, oh yeah, drag queen story hour? Nope, drag is bad. I saw someone recently, they cited William Shakespeare as being someone who was like, oh, Shakespeare never wrote about pronouns. Someone who felt gender was as flexible as Shakespeare. I find it funny that they're both displaying their lack of education, but also their lack of willingness to learn at the same time.
Yeah, Shakespeare's not a good example for what they wanted to try and show.
Not at all.
That's an interesting choice. I think it's just a fear of something that you don't know and you don't understand, and you don't want your children to be a part of something that you don't understand or like.
This Pride Month, the only pride I need is the pride of the Bible and the red, white, and blue stripes. I got distracted by the flag. That's not the American flag. That's the flag of Liberia.
Yeah.
I hate grapes.
Oh, yeah.
They disgust me.
I forgot to crop this meme.
No, it makes it better. I like it.
It was on a BuzzFeed article of, like, hilarious times people have made, like, spelling mistakes or errors that have just completely changed the meaning of what they're talking about. And just the fact that they couldn't even get the American flag right.
I don't think geography is one of the things that gets expanded on a lot in American education. There's a lot of people that, they know their maps of the world, they know their flags, but I don't think it's largely in the core bit of education that is taught.
I've seen that a lot on TikTok, like people asking Americans, like, what's the capital of France or something, exactly. And people just not knowing.
France.
They're taking back Pride Month for the flag of Liberia. Good for them. I don't want you to go to hell when you die.
Like, okay, Jesus ally, appreciate it.
It might not be because they're gay and they've got rainbow hair. Oh yeah, it could be interpreted as Jesus going, I don't want you to go to hell, therefore you're not going to go.
Yeah, wasn't that Jesus' whole thing? He was like, I'm gonna die now for all of your sins, and now you're sinless, or whatever.
I think so. And I always just thought that, like, the whole fundamental point was just to be a nice person and a good person, like, and look after each other. And I really, like, I think whatever else is said and whatever way you want to interpret it, if that would then lead you to be horrible to others for things they can't control, then that goes against the fundamental principle, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Anyway, they're not going to hell. Yay.
You aren't brainwashing your kids. Also them. I saw this one this morning. I'm so frustrated, Jamie.
It's become such a point of, like, most of the homophobic and transphobic things I see at the minute and the memes are all about the belief that kids are being brainwashed by simply being taught, hey, LGBT plus people exist. Do with that information what you want. And suddenly that's like, they're being brainwashed, they're brainwashing. Look, they made a colourful flag. They're brainwashed. Like, I remember doing a lot of things in like at school and learning about a lot of things that were not in line with the beliefs in my household, like religious things, but it was just teaching me that it existed and this is how some people live and some people believe. It wasn't telling me that's who I should be. And nobody ever complained about that kind of teaching. But suddenly, because it's an LGBT plus thing and people are homophobic and transphobic, it's an issue that kids are learning about it. Like, come on.
I saw this quote, it comes to mind. Someone was like, in response to a statement about that, of like the brainwashing kids, they're like, well, I learned a lot about World War I in school and I didn't go out and assassinate Franz Ferdinand, now did I?
All I learned about was being cis and straight, and I'm neither, so like, explain that.
On the face of it, their logic falls apart. Hey, it's not great to hate on people. How can that come back with a parent saying, actually, we do want them to hate people. These people specifically, they're bad. Like, what? This kind of post can only come from a place of intense fear.
That's what it is, isn't it? Like, isn't bigotry, it's just, it thrives off of fear and ignorance. I just think about, like, Shava's younger sisters and cousins and stuff, and seeing how open-minded they are and how much they already know and have learnt from their friends and even parents and in school and stuff, and they have a completely different attitude towards LGBT plus peers that they have than kids would have at, like, 12, 13, 16 when I was at school. It's already shifted so much just in the last 10 to 15 years. And I think that's really great to see. But unfortunately, when there's a shift in the right way, there is a very loud pushback from the people who don't like it because they're getting scared. But I think that eventually things will go in the right direction and homophobia will quieten down a lot.
Hope so.
I hope.
You got a light bulb? Well, that works. But when you try to plug a light bulb not into a power source, but into another light bulb, that's not how that works. But then a power source to a power source? Well, that's not how that goes.
And then just someone with, like, the Progress Pride flag on their forehead crying in frustration. I included this one because I've seen so many. I've seen aeroplanes, I've seen seat belts, I've seen plugs.
I saw someone show that a plane with two wings on one side would still fly.
Really? It's like, oh, well, if it doesn't work on a plug, then why should it work on people? Even though people made and labeled the plug.
It shouldn't matter who you love.
I love Jesus.
No, moot point. We talked about it earlier. No, Jesus was alright.
Yeah.
The whole, like, religion around Jesus, got some good moments, but a lot of it, it's kind of questionable.
Yeah, and also, this is just a made-up scenario. If you said, I love Jesus, but I hate gay people, that's when someone might look upset. But if you just said, I love Jesus, nobody's going to be like, how dare you? Nobody choose their country of birth, so it's stupid to be proud. Oh, pride.
What? I do find it funny that, like, poor grammar goes hand in hand with bigotry. Such a fear of the unknown.
It is a bit of a path.
Nobody choose.
Yeah, but it's also a little more complicated than that because what's going on is you can say that you don't choose your country, but whatever. But what it is in many countries, including my own, your home country's government and the people actively discriminate against you. So why the fuck would I be proud of Scotland when Scotland itself as a country and government has actively hurt me? despite the fact I was born here, has actively hurt me, wanted to put me in jail, wanted to make my sexuality illegal, has made my sexuality illegal, and wanted to put me in prison for life. And then is all suddenly turning around and saying, oh, well, you're allowed to be gay now. Oh, you're also now allowed to get married, only by 2017. So why the fuck would I be proud of Scotland? The country's government is still messing up my rights, even as a transgender person, because they still can't figure out that shit. So why would I be proud of Scotland? I'm not. I don't wave a St Andrew's cross. I don't wave that. I wave an LGBT pride flag. I wave the lesbian flag at the moment, because that flag has done more for me than what the St Andrew's cross ever has or ever will.
Their country of birth, so it's stupid to be proud.
I think this kind of thing comes out of a big misunderstanding over what is meant by like gay pride and LGBT plus pride. People are proud of the country they're born in, aren't they? Like,
oh, absolutely. Did you see the most recent World Cup where people from the UK were going over in full like Crusader wear? Like, people are gonna be proud even when it's a bit silly. But regardless of any garb that you put on, even if you're putting on some big theatrics, like, that's fine. It's fine to be proud of where you're from or to be who you are. It's not fine for you to be proud to be hateful towards other people. That's the big difference.
yeah, or to use who you are or the position or place you were born in as a way to think you're better than others or to discriminate against others. But if you are proud of who you are, then be proud of who you are.
Homosexuality, everyone's throats. Oh, the gays are at it again. Oh no. Don't teach me things. Education is bad. Words and books is manipulating my brain. When I see them, it makes me read them.
It's just a hard project of learning about anything new. And it, like, I see the same thing about, like, oh, there's one gay character in a TV show that is 99% cis white straight people, and now you feel like gay people and gay characters are being shoved down your throat. It's just because, for the first time in these people's lives, not all representation is about them, and so suddenly they feel threatened.
It reminds me of a flea market that I was at with a family member in the States, and we were looking at laundry bags, and there were two different sizes on the boxes. One was in gallons, one was in liters, but we noticed the one in liters, there were two different sizes. One was larger and one was smaller, and there was an American couple next to us that were arguing with each other about which one was going to be bigger. We figured out through the conversation that they were only looking at the gallons and the picture and not at the liters that were listed. My family member tried to reach out and explain to them, like, oh, actually, if you look at the liters on this, you know, the different unit of measurement that's also offered to you here, the liters is actually larger. And they said, we're American, we don't read that French.
Are you serious?
I'm American, I don't need to learn that gay.
Oh my god.
Tori Vega. I hate gay people. Oh, you're not going to clip this. Get out of here. I'm not reading that.
I'll read it. I hate gay people so much, it's unreal.
Jamie!
How dare I say that? Feeling homophobic.
What is this?
It's like in one of those Disney type shows. Hold on, let me Google Tori Vega. Oh, Victorious. So, like, I don't really know it, but I know it's a thing. And so somebody made it homophobic, and I was just like, wow. So it might say something like, Tori Vega, I ate too much spaghetti today, feeling really full. I don't know.
Okay.
So somebody made it mean. I'm feeling homophobic. Well, at least they admit that disliking gay people is homophobic.
Like, if you're going to be hateful, be creative about it. It's so boring. It's so bland. It's unbuttered toast.
Burnt unbuttered toast because it's bitter as well as bland.
Oh, the dog! I remember. Oh no! This dog is the new face of online homophobia. Internet trolls have turned a dachshund.
I would say dachshund.
I've heard it pronounced so many different ways. Into a viral homophobic meme, and her gay owners don't know what to do. Oh no! The face of the dog, though, it always looks like it's questioning things or like it's reacting to a smell or something. So like,
have included one of the memes here. I don't know if it's next, but it's going to come up at some point.
Oh, what a cute dog, though.
I hate gays, but I'm not homophobic. Not quite a homophobic meme, but a homophobic statement of someone just being like, yeah, how does that work?
I think more people would understand what phobic actually means when they stop thinking of things like arachnophobic. It's not just a fear, it's also like a repulsion of things. If they saw something that's hydrophobic, for example, I think they would understand very clearly. You can get hydrophobic spray and spray it on your shoes, and if you drop water on your shoes, the water goes, whing, it goes right across your shoes don't get wet, it's a cool sound effect, and it's just like that. If you absolutely are repulsed by something and you push it away as far as possible, that is homophobia. My friends, please be educated if you're going to be hateful.
It's so strange though as well, because this one's like, yeah, it is taking it literally, so I guess they'd be like, oh, I hate spiders, but I'm not fearful of them, so I'm not arachnophobic. Exactly. It's like, it doesn't quite work in the same way. You know, if you're not very nice towards people because they're gay, you're homophobic.
I'm not afraid of gay people. I'm not afraid of anything. Oh, okay, sweet. Oh.
Here we go.
It's a choice. Oh.
This is one of the doggy ones. It's just such a, like, weak statement.
You're just doing it to feel special. You just want attention. Does the joke make sense? No. On the face of it, no. Oh my goodness.
It's a choice, judging you.
A lot of people's exposure to the LGBT community only comes from right-wing media, and I think in that case they'll cite very specific moments where someone's expressing a lot of emotion, or they're being quite loud about something. And like that's such a finite percentage of a group, obviously not representative of a whole. So people only see that, and then they think, well, that's all of them, that's all of those people. Well, yeah, I kind of get why they think it's a choice, because they're like, well, yeah, if you have a personality that big, obviously you're trying to go big or go home.
Well, they're being fed like a very curated worldview, and within an echo chamber, if that's the worldview that you've grown up being exposed to, then I can see where fear of the unknown comes from. I just wish people would be willing to learn more. Take a step back, look at both sides, and if you're still homophobic, then fine, whatever. Like, I'm not sat here desperately trying to change everybody's minds. Like, you can sit at home and be homophobic, but like, mostly just don't be a butt towards people because you're homophobic. That's what bugs me.
It's such a good lesson for people that are outside the community who might have kids who may be in the community. It's incredible to see the number of individuals that don't change regarding anything in their life unless it affects their tribe. So if their kid comes out and they're like, oh, well, now I have to be supportive because it's actually affecting someone that I care about, you know, instead of just some far off, far away person. The number of people that come out as supportive after that, the others have to see that happening. Do they think the kid's brainwashing the parent? Come on!
Probably.
The floor is pride. Oh, I get it? Because it's like the floor is lava and you can't touch a rainbow flag or else it's gay, and that's what this person thinks is bad. Whoa, get it, everybody? It's so funny.
It's just like stale humor. We don't need to linger on this one.
It's so bad that they've taken an ancient meme and then tried to make it homophobic.
The jokes are stale, the memes are stale, and just aesthetically not pleasing, and it's really strange. And it's like, put effort in. Please. Give me something that doesn't make me roll my eyes and go, not this again.
Many of the people that put effort in, I think, probably learn to do better before they post their memes. I think that's why we end up with so many of the stale ones that are bad, that don't make a lot of sense, is because they did not learn better. They did not put a lot of effort into figuring out the subject matter before trying to make a joke targeting that subject matter. Because anyone who learns about the subject matter, it's like, oh, maybe that's okay. I shouldn't make fun, actually.
And it's very like boomer humor.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Wow, that's really what they think is happening. Huh.
Yeah. Instead of learning their ABCs, they learn their LGBTs.
I don't know if you've heard, you probably have. Blue hair is synonymous with being like a social justice warrior, extreme personality in the community. I'm new to this information sometime last year, which is funny because it was like 2 years into me dyeing my hair. And I found out after I started going purple that blue was actually, my camera itself is blue, so you won't be able to tell. They're tying those features into David Tennant's character here. Oh, blue hair, that's the devil. And
literally, it looks like Frost.
The number of people that could benefit from just a little bit of foundation. Any amount of skincare, please.
Don't be scared of it.
You know what? I'm circling back to that, Jamie. No. Kids trying to learn their ABCs. What do they think happens in school? An entire day isn't devoted to ABCs. Do they think there's an entire day devoted to gay. It's just like, all right, everybody, today is gay day. And then like that's expanded into the month. This month is gay month, and that's all we're learning. It's gay month. And then like that's the whole school curriculum is just gay now? What? Do they think kids are not learning other subjects? I'm so mad. It's so boring. There's no substance to it.
It seems to be like trendy among the homophobes to just like bash on the school system for teaching, like, you know, 0.5% of the curriculum is now one lesson saying LGBT plus people exist. Let's not be mean to people based on their sexual orientation. Done. And suddenly it's like, oh, that's all my kid learned.
They're there for like 6 or 8 hours, depending if they misbehave. So like, what? Come on! It really tells me something that I fear a lot of indoctrination is happening. It's like, really, did you experience a lot of that? What institutions did you participate in that you feel like were applied to another community would be indoctrination with them, huh? Maybe you should do a little bit of introspection and deconstruct some of the lessons that you learned. Maybe that's what you're defensively reflecting into this. A lot of what you're projecting might be from your own experience. Oh, okay, all right, I'll let you be with that, but okay.
It's frustrating.
We are born from Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. The streets should be cleaned. Let's wipe the... Oh, just looks like it's after Pride and you're like scooping up a bunch of glitter.
It's a really weird one. It's so disjointed. Like, what's the point of it? Is the point the whole Adam and Eve thing, or the, like, getting rid of Pride flags? Well, not just the flags, right?
Yeah.
And I don't understand the whole Adam and Eve thing.
Oh, the Bible's promoting bisexuality there, of course. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam or Eve. Spelling bee.
Oh no.
Parents. Curriculum.
School board, CRT, LGBTQ.
Oh, wrong. Oh, silly liberals. Those are the only letters you can think of, huh? Well, that's not how you spell curriculum.
Where did the CRT come from?
Critical race theory.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It's a broad label applied, at least in American school systems, across anything that might touch on any level of racism. So if you learn about slavery, that's CRT.
Yeah.
If you learn about the systemic oppression of African Americans, that's CRT. If you learn about how the prison population disproportionately affects one minority group over another, that's CRT. And it's like, yes, withholding education from your children is going to perpetuate these systems. We want that to not happen. That's not evil.
Yeah, it's just like there's some set of people who are scared of like wokeness, isn't it? And like fear of their kids accepting people that are different to them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't woke originally applied to just being aware and awakened to issues that others experience? I'm just boiling it down to its most basic premise.
I mean, I think so. And then it's just become like...
almost like a sports team label. Like, oh, you support woke? Lame. I support sleep, actually.
What is the opposite of what? If you're not woke, what are you?
Normal, Jamie. Obviously, gay is bad.
Let's not sound like that bit.
At least when I do a character voice, it's okay. Because then that doesn't sound like me, maybe. It's not me saying it. Okay, everybody at home, shut up. Draw a circle around the one God loves the most. Plants, animals, baby, but not baptized. Or a baptized baby.
I wonder which one they're expecting to get circled.
Can you imagine God just hating puppies? What the heck, man?
And what did plants do?
Also, the symbolism of putting it like at the height of steps to be the topmost one being baptized baby. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're really elevating this one intentionally. Okay, I see which one you want me to pick. But what is he holding?
It looks like a scoop.
Yeah, it's either that or like a paper cutout of a baby. I can't quite tell.
I'm not sure. Is it like scooping up water for baptism?
Maybe, but I don't remember them ever doing that with the holy water.
I don't know. But yeah, let's end on God liking baptized babies but hating puppies.
Yeah, God hates puppies, obviously. Okay.
I really enjoyed this, even though it was homophobic memes. I'm like, I really enjoyed making this video about horrible memes. I'm just gonna do a shout out for OT. Go check out the link in the description box. Go show OT some love because he's wonderful, as you can probably see from this video. Think about giving this video a thumbs up and subscribing if you want to, but no pressure. And as always, thank you so much for watching. Much love. Bye. Disclaimer.
What's up, fellow internet dwellers? It's me, Opinion69420. Did you know the emotional support demon is not cute in the least, and it totally isn't gonna go live on the Mexer page at the 9th of December? Oh no, outrageous. That is just confidently incorrect all around. The emotional support demon is indeed adorable, and it has toe beans, and it will also go live on the 9th of December, so make sure you're there for the release. We're gonna have events and all kind of fun stuff, and look at that tiny toe bean, it's so freaking cute. Oh my god. Anyway.
I was taken into a darkened room, no windows, sat in a chair, wooden chair, this arm strapped with leather straps to the chair. I had electrodes which they had soaked in salt water, placed on my arm, stuck on my arm. And of course my hands shot up in the air as the electric current passed through my body. For the next 40 years of my life, whenever I recalled that, I physically shook. Oh, this is so you're young and beautiful.
Oh, no.
That doesn't help.
And you are too. So nice to meet you.
And you. I'm Carolyn.
Carolyn and
Campbell. Campbell.
2 C's.
Can you give us both a little bit of an intro to who you are?
Yeah. So my name's Campbell. I'm a transgender woman. So I started transitioning when I was 15. So I'm like 12 years into my transition now. And yeah, I get to do amazing things like this and meet you, so it's great.
I'm Carolyn. I'm 75 years old. I passed my birthday last week.
You look amazing.
I'm a parent, grandparent, partner. I was a secondary head teacher for 20 years. Lots of other things.
So you're both transgender. Can you explain what that means to you?
Okay.
When I was born, the nurses looked at my genitalia and said, "You're a boy." Told my parents, "You're a boy, carry on with it." For me, and it is just me, sex you can look at in biological terms, one of which is chromosomes. In terms of gender, these are societal expectations. So, for example, boys are now dressed in blue, girls are dressed in pink. Up till 1930s, it was the opposite way around.
Really?
Yeah. Gender, for me, in terms of a definition, and the government used it, and Stonewall to a degree use it, is that imposed stereotype that some things are acceptable for men, some things are only acceptable for women. So it's aligning what was important to me, transgender, if we want to use that word, is to make sure that how I present myself in terms of those society's expectations and how I feel inside were matched. My bottom line is that I will debate with you what sex is, I will debate with you what gender is, I will not debate with you my identity, because that's mine. That's how I would define it.
Yeah, a spectrum, yeah, so you have female one side, male one side. So for me, I was born a male, didn't fit in that spectrum or that side of the scale, and then I haven't even gone in the middle. I've completely jumped over to female because that's who I am and that's who I've always been.
So can you give us both a little sort of what was your childhood like?
I think my childhood was quite difficult because when I was growing up, like I just wanted to be on hormones so bad, and I wanted to start the medical transition, but I couldn't because there were rules in place, and there was like a 2-year waiting list to get hormones or even to be seen by a gender specialist. So a lot of my teenage years was waiting. I feel like as a trans person, your life is waiting lists, just waiting to be seen, waiting to be seen. But you know, from that point when I started taking hormones, it was just like euphoric, because like people say gender dysphoria. I feel like I have gender euphoria now because I can look at myself in the mirror and just be like, I'm so happy, like I've finally matched what I've always wanted to be. And when I was growing up, I just never thought that would be possible. I'm even getting teary thinking about it, but like that is just like amazing to me.
My childhood was, I was going to say slightly different, but I don't mean that. It was radically different in that I was, remember it was decades ago, over half a century ago, and I was terrified of people finding out because I had no idea what was going on inside my head, because there was no internet, there were no books, there were no magazines. I had no idea that anyone else in the world felt the way that I did.
It must have felt quite like isolating, because now you can literally just go on Instagram, you can go on YouTube and you can find someone that's going through the same as you, but if you're from a time when those things didn't even exist, it's like, who do you turn to?
I didn't even know what hormones were at that time. So I made sure that nobody suspected how I felt, and I got involved in rugby. In rugby, the toughest, ugliest position to play is...
You find you were like really trying to be masculine, just to like...
I was really good
at
it. Absolutely really good at it. So I played tight head prop forward, I did weightlifting, judo, boxing.
So we kind of like do these things to like hide our femininity, but we end up overcompensating and being someone that we're not.
I certainly overcompensated. I was suicidal. I wanted to be cured. I didn't want to have the feelings that I had. Attempted suicide when I was 16, 17, saw a psychiatrist when I was 17, and that's when the conversion practice kicked in.
Yeah, that's really like hard to hear, to be honest, like, because it was just such a different time, and like it really upsets me the fact like you had to go through that.
So when did you first experience gender confusion?
I think I first felt different when I was literally in the playground, and my body was different to my friends. Like, I did not understand what gender meant. I used to like be obsessed with Britney Spears, be obsessed with Christina Aguilera. Then I would watch their music videos on TV and I'd be like, wow, I want to be like that. I want to be like a powerful, sexual woman and just like be completely free.
I remember at the age of 3 or 4, probably 4, I had a sister who I invented a game where we swapped clothes. And it's never been about clothes, it's never been about makeup. I've never wanted to be a beautiful woman because there's absolutely no way that I could do that.
You are a beautiful woman.
No.
You are.
And I remember from then the confusion and the anger and the aggression in me and hating myself for feeling the way that I did. And that was emphasised by the conversion practice in that it taught me that society must think I'm wrong, bad, evil, because they were prepared to punish me.
When you keep being told the same thing,
Absolutely,
you start to believe it yourself. So if you're told what you're doing is wrong, what you're doing is evil, then you're going to start to believe that in your mind.
Absolutely. And you have this deep, dark secret that you bury so deep, and you just don't want it to come out.
And then when you were both younger, who was the first person you opened up to about how you felt?
I'll let you go first.
First person I opened up to was, believe it or not, a vicar. It happened in a very strange circumstance. My vicar came round to see my mum, who was out, and I let him in, and I was in floods of tears, and I explained to him how I felt, that I wanted to be cured, and he was the one who organised for me to see a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist then referred me to the NHS, and the NHS, the treatment was being strapped to a wooden chair and electrocuted.
That was through the NHS?
It was, but it doesn't happen now.
Yeah, but even I never knew it was through NHS.
Yes,
like,
it was.
I thought conversion therapy was something like on the side.
No.
But that is crazy to me.
Well, yes, crazy to me, and of course it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But the vicar was the first person I told, even before my parents.
I think I remember when, I can't remember what age, but someone said to me, oh, you do realise you look like a girl? And I was like, yeah, that's the point, yeah. And it took me until I was like 15.
Yes.
I was like, Mum, I don't want my hair cut anymore. She was like, well, you look even more like a girl. And I was like, yeah, that's fine, like, I want to. And I bought some extensions from eBay, some really awful extensions. And I was like, well, I did buy these extensions right away. And she was like, oh, put them on. And then I put them on. And then she was like, wow. And then she just really helped me, you know, go to my GP and get hormones. So she's honestly, like, without my mum, I would never have been able to go through with my transition.
So mum was the first one you spoke to?
Yeah. Love her so much.
So after you went to the vicar, you referred to the NHS, and the NHS then put you through conversion therapy. Can you talk a bit about what that was? What does that entail?
So, don't burst into tears, okay?
No,
I'm
sorry,
here, I survived, and I succeeded.
Exactly, sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just emotional with the hormones.
Okay, no, that's interesting as well, isn't it? The treatment that I had, the so-called conversion therapy, which, got to emphasise, doesn't happen now, although conversion therapy does happen.
Although,
mentally,
there is, like, conversion therapy is being banned for gay people, lesbian people and bisexual people,
Not yet.
but not for transgender people.
Hasn't yet.
No, but it will be, but trans people aren't.
There's a campaign of which I'm part of, which will get, I hope, trans people banned for trans people. I want it stopped for everybody. It's described as barbaric, the UN described it that way, and for the government to say there are complexities, yes, there are, sort them. And that's why I'm prepared to tell my story. What happened was I was taken into a darkened room, no windows, sat in a chair, wooden chair. This arm was strapped with leather straps to the chair. I had electrodes which they had soaked in salt water, placed on my arm, stuck on my arm. And then opposite, they showed projected pictures of women. And they showed a picture, and then another picture, and then threw the switch. Unpredictable, randomly, it seemed. And of course, my hands shot up in the air as the electric current passed through my body. My arm didn't, because it was strapped to the chair. Now, two things happened, that was repeated. One is that for the next 40 years of my life, whenever I recalled that, I physically shook. So I was doing an assembly with pupils, if it popped into my head, I physically shook. They didn't notice. That stopped in 2002, when I made the changes that I needed to. I don't physically shake now. But what it also did was to emphasise to me how wrong, dirty, bad I was, that I deserved that sort of treatment. And even though they did that, it didn't cure me. It didn't cure me because there's nothing to cure. You can change behaviours, you can't change emotions and thoughts. And that's what happened.
You know, the fact that you had to go through that, I'm not going to cry, it's just horrible and, like, painful too, because I'm putting myself in your shoes.
When did you both decide to transition? And can you just tell us a little bit about what that process involves?
After you.
Okay. I was approaching the so-called transition, aligning my gender presentation with my gender identity, in 1994. I'd been going to Charing Cross since 1987. I managed to persuade them eventually that I needed hormones to try to soften my features and give me some inkling of whether I could present myself as female. Because in 1994, I got to the stage where I needed to decide whether I was going to make that change or not. And it got to the stage where I had some breast development. And I literally stayed awake all night to make a decision. I had to. I'd taken time off school because I just wasn't hacking it. And I decided that I would go back to school in a mill role. And went to the barbers, had my hair cut, cut my nails, rang up my doctor, my GP, and said, look, I made this decision, I will go back to school. My union, because I was a union officer as well as a head teacher, said there is absolutely no way, because it had been all over the national papers.
Okay, so you had transitioned?
Nope. No, I was at the stage where I had prepared to make that change. So, as I say, in September of 1994, it was all over the national papers. This freakish head was going to have a sex change. So after that, decided I would go back to school. I had a bilateral mastectomy, had my breast removed, and tried to make a go of it. And it built up and built up and built up. And in 2002, I finally decided that that was what I needed to do. At that time, I was bulimic, drinking heavily only at the weekends, never prior to going to work. Oh no.
Not when you're marking the homework.
No. And increasingly hating myself. And through that, it spoiled relationships with other people. So that was when I made the decision that I made, and not for one fraction of a second have I regretted making that decision.
So yeah, I decided to transition properly when I was 15. So I went to a doctor's and got hormones. Well, I say it, I went to a doctor's and got hormones. It's not like that. So you go to your doctors, you then have to speak to them about it. The first doctor I went to had no idea what I was talking about. I was waiting months for them to get back to me. Never got back to me, so I changed doctors. I went to this really lovely lady who honestly helped me so much. She was like, you know, I've dealt with transgender patients before. So she referred me to a psychiatrist, and I spoke to them, and then they referred me to the Gender Identity Clinic, and then I had to have 2 appointments with them, spaced out for a year before I got my hormones, and it honestly felt like a lifetime going through until I got the hormones. I would literally call them up every single day, I'd be like, so when's my appointment? When's my appointment? When's my appointment? Every single day. And it was like borderline harassing them because I was so desperate for these. And
what sort of hormones were prescribed, Campbell? Were they, you know, so-called blockers, or were they Estrogen.
So I started taking estrogen, estrogen tablets, and then I had injection every month in my stomach here called Zoladex or Goserelin, and it was like a knitting needle, and they stick it in your stomach and release this like synthetic thing, and then that just kills all your testosterone. So I had that every 6 weeks for like 5 years. It was so painful. Like, yeah. I think, you know, when I was 17, 18, I used to look in the mirror and not like, I'd been on hormones, but I wasn't completely happy with the way I looked. I feel like hormones really helped me. But yeah, I probably wasn't happy until I was like 21, 22, until I'd had my gender reassignment surgery and had all of everything else. Sometimes it's not even about the way you look, like it's actually about how you feel inside. And I used to see being trans as such a bad thing. I used to never tell anyone I was trans, and I kind of like hated myself for it. So it doesn't matter about looking in the mirror, it's about the way you feel inside, and I feel like completely content and happy inside, and that's only been in the last few years. So
obviously right now there's a lot of discussion around trans rights, and it's become a sort of politicized issue. How does that make you feel? How has it all made you feel these last few years, I suppose?
I feel like sometimes it's crazy, like you're just like reading something and then the next article is like a debate on your body. It's like our bodies aren't up for debate, or our bodies aren't political, but just people. And it's so tiring to see your identity debated every single day, or someone's like, what, like, because you're trans, everyone's going to think you have like an opinion on everything that's trans. Like, what do you think about trans women in sport? What do you think about trans women in swimming? Like, sometimes I just don't want to know.
The media is predominantly horrendous at the moment, and I've seen it getting worse over the last couple of years. The Mail, for example, online, quite happy to be challenged on this. Mail online, I found half a day a fortnight ago where there wasn't a trans article. I found a day a month ago where there were 7 trans articles, all anti. And the half day that I found that there wasn't a trans article was the Queen's Jubilee. And even by the afternoon, they'd found an anti-trans article. I know that there are issues, you mentioned about sport and so on. I have different views on that to many people, perhaps, because I can still lift 200 weight because of the shape of my body. 200 weight for Jacob Rees-Mogg, which is about 100 kilograms. Not to do with testosterone, just. So there is an issue, and the line that I would follow is that it's up to individual sports how they deal with it. Certainly in terms of weightlifting, boxing, they have weight categories. So to single out trans is just being deliberately cruel. It's not to do with testosterone, certainly, but there are ways of dealing with it. And I don't think we're handling it particularly well, because we're not being generous. We're not thinking it through. We're feeling, oh, let's attack them because they're awful people. No, quite nicely. I hide it well, but I am.
Does the current coverage in the media make you angry?
I have trained myself over the years not to be angry. I am frustrated, very frustrated, that people can't see the humanity. We are all human. We all deserve respect as human beings. I do find it immensely frustrating and tiring that you have to try to counter what is clearly, to me, totally illogical. There is no reason why anyone who doesn't know me should have even an opinion about me. Why does it matter to anyone else how I look, how I live, or who I love?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like sometimes when you're trans, like, people think they can ask you what they want. It's like you sign a contract and like, so your body is everyone else's. So people can ask, oh, do you have a penis? Do you have a vagina? what's this, what's this, what's this? And I feel like people think they have a right to ask you what they want. Really, like, what everyone has is no one else's business. And if someone chooses to speak on their experiences, then let them, but I think there's a line.
We've spoken there about the kind of abuse you've received online and stuff like that, and that's obviously horrendous. How do you feel when people like, you see someone like Ricky Gervais making comments about the trans community? How does someone famous, when they're talking about, does that feel even worse in some ways, or how does that make you feel?
I feel sorry when I see people that are against trans people, because I'm like, well, you're just going to be on the wrong side of history in the future, because, you know, you see all these articles about gay people from years ago,
Yes.
and that's what's going on with trans people right now.
There is nothing more powerful than a word, and once it's a bit like an arrow, once it's loosed, you can't take it back. The most unkind thing anyone can do is to laugh at you.
Yeah.
And it's not laughing in isolation with a comedian, it's laughing at you. And that I don't think is acceptable. I don't deserve it, I don't warrant it, I don't want it. I wrote a new verse for John Lennon's Imagine. Imagine there's no gender, it's easy if you try. No trans, no gayness, no lesbian, no bi. Imagine all the people living life at ease.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You're a songwriter.
No, not at all. Why do you think you get abuse online? Because you talked about abuse online. Why does it matter to other people how you are?
I don't know, I think it's just like, it just goes back to that like toxic masculine behaviour. Like a lot of the comments I get online are from like straight men, and you know, they'll like tag their friends in my videos or pictures and be like, can you please that's a man or whatever, and it's like, I don't know, like I just feel like people are trying to impress their friends, so they're like, oh look at this, but it's not big and it's not clever, so you know, you can keep doing what you want, but yeah, I think, and also I think people aren't educated, and it does take people like you to educate them.
There was a famous English philosopher called John Donne who said that no man is an island of himself, and we are all islands. If you think about islands, they're all joined to every other island under the sea. You just can't see the join. People are joined to each other. We need to respect each other as being different and yet so similar, so joined together. What I do affects you, what you do affects me and other people.
What would you say to someone young that's watching this right now that kind of has those feelings of confusion? What would you say?
There is information available, there are people to talk with. If you are confused about your sex, gender, then find somebody to talk with who will listen to you.
I would just say it's probably so cliche to say, but like it gets better, like it really does get better, like the world is changing, the world is becoming a better place. I would just say like hold on to like being trans, don't feel like you're a freak, don't feel like you're weird, like use your uniqueness to get where you want in life, like use it as a positive thing, and I think once you start using something that makes you unique from everybody else, then you can just thrive. So I think, you know, don't be too hard on yourself. Speak to your friends, speak to your family, and if someone doesn't accept you, then can I swear?
Yeah.
F them.
Millions of people potentially watch this video. But what can the people watching this video do to help further trans rights?
There is petitions out there for you to sign. That makes a massive difference. Like, you might think it's not something good, but I mean, one signature makes a whole load of difference. And even sharing that. So because I'm trans on my social media, a lot of people follow me because I'm trans, but if someone that isn't trans shared it to their story or to their profile, they have a whole different reach to what I do. So they're like, you know, their brothers, their sisters, their family, their friends are going to see that. And cisgender people, which if people don't know what that is, that means someone that is, you know, born a woman and completely feels like a woman and their gender aligns with what they're born as. So you can put something out there that other people are going to see. And also, like, I think a big thing as well is if you see someone say something bad or, you know, a situation happen, literally call it out, because if you don't, that person's still going to be in the dark of what the right terms are or how to go about things. So, you know.
So there are activist things that people can do, but most importantly is whoever you see a person, you see a human being. That human being deserves respect and acceptance. Whatever their colour, whatever their religion, whatever their gender, sexuality, whatever. That can be done by anyone at any time and should be done.
Who does your makeup? Is your hair your own natural colour? Wow, and they want to know, well, when you had surgery, have you got the same as me? And the answer is yes, but I don't have the messy bits.
It is like medically accurate, yeah, no. But it's dehumanizing.
Rain. What are we talking about today? Femboys. Colloquially might be called fembology. I think technically speaking is femboyology. Again, colloquially as femboys with an I. In terms of pronunciation, I think we are talking about femboys. As most of our definitions do, coming from Wikipedia, femboy is a slang term for a young male who displays traditionally feminine characteristics. So a male who displays traditionally, right, feminine characteristics. A little bit of history. The word femboy emerges by at least the 90s, the 1990s, and beginning as a sort of derogatory term for a man who didn't adhere to, here's the word again, traditional standards of masculinity, being a slang shortening of the word feminine, right here. And boy, obviously coming from the fact that they are male. It does seem that, especially in internet culture, that femboy, the term femboy, has emerged as sort of a positive term, appealing to a range of individuals who might be attracted to a mix of feminine and masculine traits, perhaps even prompting a genre of internet media. In recent times, the platform Pornhub has even introduced the term femboy as a searchable category on its website, and that happened in 2013. And since then, the search interest for the term has dramatically increased. So, again, we're going back to the idea of the origins of femboy being, Wikipedia states derogatory, and becoming more and more, you could say perhaps is, dare I say, co-opted. I would like to make the comparison to like the word weeaboo, weeb, starting as something a little derogatory, but being used sometimes tongue-in-cheek, but definitely becoming a sort of positive term. That I do think it's not wrong of me to say that someone that we would think fits in this category of femboy would refer to themselves as a femboy. Femboy, the term, right, as I just said, it came to be adopted as a self-descriptor, descriptor for guys who tend toward presenting feminine, a scale of femininity, some more than others, some less, for non-sexual purposes, right? These persons adopt femininity as a form of everyday expression, gender expression, right? Donning a conventionally, traditionally feminine aesthetic by wearing, it could be a range, right? It can include all of the following or one, wearing makeup, feminine clothing, dresses, thigh-highs, panties, and garter belts, and chokers. Being a femboy, it doesn't necessarily tie to any sexual orientation. Very often, the question is it gay? Complicated answer. I know you want a yes or no answer, and it cannot be done. To tackle the question, are femboys gay? Very common question. A little uninformed and, a little ignorant if you ask me, but I'm not here to judge, I'm here to teach. In quantum mechanics, Schrodinger's cat is a thought experiment that illustrates the paradox of quantum superposition. Schrodinger's cat, literally a cat in this thought experiment, is encased in this box, right? And there's a flask of poison right here and a radioactive source placed in a sealed box. If an internal monitor, in this case, a Geiger counter, detects radioactivity as in a single atom decaying, the flask right here is shattered, releasing the noxious poison, which in turn kills the cat. The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics implies that after a while, the cat is simultaneously both alive or dead. The thought experiment is that once you look into the box, you can see that the cat is either going to be alive or dead. When you literally open the box, you can't see it both be alive and dead. It's either going to be alive or dead. But before you observe it to be, before you open the box to look inside and see it, it's either alive or dead until you confirm it. Schrodinger's cat, or another aka Schrodinger's femboy. Gay and not gay at the same time. It doesn't feel right to say it's strictly gay, but it's definitely not straight. This harkens back to the definition of gender expression being, feminine as a guy. The world is not black and white, binaries. We work in shades of gray, or shades of gay. Moving on. Any questions about that? I think I'm being pretty straightforward about this. Being a femboy, dressing effeminate, again, can be a sort of gender expression, or it doesn't always have to be sexual. However, maybe a little misguided to completely ignore that side of things. So, we're going to be talking about, and this is a subject that I'm very familiar with. In fact, our groundbreaking research on this subject is what got me my initial platform here at Lismore University. We're going to be talking about the pussy. Why is it so submissive and breedable? We talk about the pussy, we talked about submissive and breedable, and that the intersection, the union rather, is pussy, but we never answered the question, why the pussy? On the surface level, one might consider a male's entrance to be the exact opposite of breedable. When compared to the conventional woman's pussy, or wussy, as I call it. But that is the exact reason why the pussy is so desirable. I think it has to do with subversion. The fact that the male entrance is not supposed to be bred makes it that much more desirable. Like a cookie jar that your mom left out. You can only have one after dinner. Don't go near that cookie jar. Don't go, hey, get away from my pussy. Again, a woman's pussy, a wussy, is traditionally, biologically meant to be bred, but to breed another male, to dominate another male. I mean, what is more masculine than that? I can't think of anything more masculine than making another male submit their pussy to you. The ultimate act of masculinity, in fact, the ultimate act of heterosexuality, if I've ever seen it. Fight or flight, you're in the wild, hunting for, that pussy in the jungle. It's about who is the apex predator, who is the apex pussy blaster in the wild. Eat or get eaten. A little bit of history. Not sure how you pronounce this. Kolchak? What is the Kolchak? The Kolchak, plural being Kolchakler, in Turkish, was typically a very handsome young male, unfortunately perhaps a slave, rakas, or a dancer who usually cross-dressed in feminine attire and was employed as an entertainer. We don't have any pictures, of course, pictures didn't exist back then, but imagine something like this. Kolchak. Before starting their performance, these Turkish dancers, these Kolchaks, male dancers, would dance among the spectators to rile them up, to get them more excited. And this really speaks to how we talk about why the pussy, and this is why. The competition to garner the attention of these Kolchaks by people sitting in the audience often caused so much commotion and altercations, fights. Men in the audience would go wild. They would literally fight each other. They'd break their glasses. They would shout, kill each other. Yes, you heard me. Men in Turkey would kill each other for the pussy. History. If we don't learn from it, we're doomed to repeat ourselves. And it seems like we are repeating in full force. The femboys have existed for a very long time, and this seems to be encoded in our DNA. Pussy. Yes, because we see the remnants of the Kolchak still today. What does this remind you of right here? I don't think it's rhetorical, because I think the remnants of the Kolchak still today. That is Link, Gerudo Link, yes, from the Breath of the Wild. Another example could be Lilac Cookie from Cookie Run Kingdom. These are artifacts, and the reason why we like it so much is because, it's in the blood of our ancestors. I think we would be wrong to talk about femboys without at least mentioning the word trap. I do not like this word, but to not talk about this word in discussion with femboys, it's just ignoring the obvious. I don't like this word. The implication of the word trap implies this, secretive, almost malicious, undercover, you're tricking people, right? Deceitful, you're tricking them, or you're trapping them, right? And so, the origins of the word, I think, were referring to, in anime, a boy that is effeminate, that looks like a girl, right? Sometimes more attractive than the girl. Not to be confused with a trap, as in the ghetto, where people are stuck in a cycle of selling drugs and hustling to survive and therefore trapped and unable to leave and make a better life for themselves. No, that's the trap. We're talking about traps. I think originally it was supposed to stay, in terms of fictional realm, right? But I don't know who co-opted this word, started to apply it to real people. That's when we start to get into this territory of, again, I don't like this pretext of like, we're trapping people. I really don't like this use of the word, and why I think this is very outdated, right? Like, first and foremost, it's being used like with malicious intent. It's being used as a derogatory term, right? First and foremost. But there's a secondary aspect that I think we aren't even acknowledging, which is that it's fundamentally flawed and wrong to equate the word trap with a femboy, or to equate the idea of a trap with a femboy. Why? Because I'm not being fooled. I'm actively seeking out the dick and the pussy. I'm not being fooled. My intention is first and foremost that these are men, that they have dick. At this point, it's just, again, forget the derogatory usage of it. It's just simply not right. It's counterintuitive to the modern appreciation, the modern usage of people being femboys, because I think if you're a male and you want to be a femboy, I don't think that it's not right for you to feel like you need to pretend to not be male. I think the point of fembology, of femboyology, is that it can be a sort of empowering feeling. You can be a femboy and not be afraid to say that I can be effeminate and a male. I'm not trapping anyone. I'm not fooling anyone. That's not my intention. And if you're seeking it out in that term, we're not about that. Why do I feel strongly about this? Because I myself have engaged the practice, and I guess this comes to my next point. The next question is, the question is, I'm talking about femboys. We're lecturing about femboys. Professor Lando, are you a femboy? I will be providing you some contextual media for reference. So, in my research in fembology, I was in the field, some anthropological work as a femboy. This is me practicing the art of fembology in the field, right? Some people, they join Red Cross and they go across the seas to help impoverished nations, impoverished communities. Some people do missionary work for the church. Some people enlist in the military, put their lives on the line. I dressed up as a Stolfo at an anime convention. To classify someone as a femboy, is there a ratio of time spent dressing up feminine, wearing makeup, doing feminine things versus being, masculine, or just being, themselves as in male? That seems like gatekeeping to me, and that doesn't seem right. Is every once in a while enough to be a femboy? You want to say that you can just be a femboy no matter how much, but however, if you're trying to lose weight and every day you eat McDonald's and one day out of the month you eat a salad, doesn't mean you're dieting. You know what I mean? Do I have to constantly shave my body to be a femboy every day? Do I even need to do it at all? I don't know. Saying it out loud, I want to say no. Once a femboy, always a femboy. Much like the Marines. I think a femboy lecture would not be really complete without some mention of popular references in pop culture, aka femboys. As you can see here, I have ample artifacts of a certain character named Astolfo from Fate Grand Order. I gotta make sure not to draw this too quickly as to avoid rousing suspicion. Astolfo, Rider of Black. I really like Astolfo as a character, but I would hate to boil down Astolfo to simply being the gateway drug of femboys. I do think that, we need to acknowledge that Astolfo is sort of that. Is the marijuana of femboys, the gateway femboy. Let's throw up some examples. Hidori from Blend S. I recently started playing this game. Venti from Genshin Impact. Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. Sasha from Animal Crossing. To talk about the fact that femboys come in all different shapes and sizes, we talked about, like, do I need to be shaven every day? Do I have to be, you know, this traditional femboy look all the time? I want to say no. I think that's the right answer. You know, we are all connoisseurs of femboys. I imagine sort of like a fancy masquerade, right? Like some European, we're all wearing suits and ties and we have swirly mustaches. Classical music is playing, you know? Yes, indubitably. I've come here to the, welcome everyone to the monthly gathering of us femboy connoisseurs. My name is Sir Maxwell Worthington II, and president of our here chapter of the femboy connoisseurship, and I do like to enjoy my femboys to be a certain way, and you know, I have my preference, and you know how it is. For me personally, enjoy my femboys to be a little more masculine. So this is going to be controversial. You know, some characters in anime, their build and voice are basically just a girl, aka Hirari from Blend S, which is fine. You know, to be a femboy, there's a spectrum. But to me, these characters are just femboy in name. For all extensive purposes in their media, they're simply another female character. Why even make them a femboy? It almost seems like pandering at that point or something. Where's the boy? Again, there's some men out there that are very feminine, very feminine presenting, and that's fine. But I'm just saying that in terms of being a femboy, don't be so worried about being uber feminine. Cloud is a perfect example of my ideal femboy. Maybe because I relate to the character more physically, mentally. I think that's part of it. Maybe sort of projecting myself onto the character. Cloud is very, you could even say built, very, very masculine. Compared to characters like Hirari and Venti. Link very much fits into this category. You know, not like masculine as like huge honking macho, like huge characters. You know, to see characters like Cloud wearing the dress, cross-dressing, getting dick down in the bathroom of the Honeybee Inn in Final Fantasy, there's something more relatable to me there. I would like to cap this lecture by simply saying that I believe the taint is the male version of cleavage, where the mound, you know, you talk about purple mountain majesty, you know, this sort of mound, the great American dream, rather, where the taint meets the top of the balls, that is like a golden zone. And much like where the thighs meet the thigh high, I do think that is sort of like the male version of cleavage. And now that I'm thinking about it, I might just be gay.
Sometimes my body just shuts down and it's sore, it sucks. Well, obviously it's sore and sucks. That's kind of the whole gist of it. You know, it's sore. And it sucks. You know, it's not nice to live but yeah, that's kind of the given part. It's not nice to live with such a condition. That's kind of the point of the condition. But again, I didn't choose to have such a condition. I wish I didn't have the condition, but I have the condition. And such condition is sore. That's, you know, a part of it. But Casey, why is it so goddamn painful? It's painful because it's how the nature of it is. It's painful because it's painful because it's painful. Well, kinda. Because it's the reality of the condition. It's painful because it's painful, but I can't just say that. But obviously I think it's painful because whenever I'm active and doing things, whenever you exercise, your body literally rips itself apart, and like your muscles make lots of micro tears, but my body literally just does that a little bit too much, and then I'm sore. And that's how it works. My body just gets too torn apart, too sore too quickly, and that's what the condition does. There's a drunk man outside. Bitch, fuck off. Why autism? Why is everyone suddenly neurodivergent? No, what? That's bullshit. So I have an idea. Oh, it's not on here anymore. Fuck off. Well, I only know it sounds so.
Where are you? Where are you? My lovely little niece, my pretty niece, my honey little Fraulein. Miss Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Helsing, the grand successor to the Helsing organization. Oh, my poor little lost Integra. I wish I could help you understand. 20 years of waiting for my brother, your father, to die, and then mere hours before his death, he chooses you to succeed him as head of the family. This insult against me I cannot accept. I will never accept. What an unforgivable act of betrayal. Helsing is mine!
Integra, if the time should ever come, when all other hope is lost, if you should find yourself surrounded with your enemies closing in, go to the last cell of the deepest dungeon of the estate. There lies one of the Helsing family's darkest legacies. It will be the instrument of your salvation.
How can this corpse be my salvation?
There you are, my Fraulein.
Uncle!
Something on your mind, my little Fraulein?
Are you really so desperate to claim the family title that you'd actually be willing to?
What an astute observation, Integra.
What? Are you really serious? I'm sorry, but could you perhaps repeat yourself one more time? Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing, is it?
Very well. I'll start again. They're ghouls, and the village of Cheddar has become a den of ghouls. A ghoul is what happens to deflowered humans when they're bitten by a vampire. They're much like zombies under control. And that means there's a vampire somewhere in Cheddar.
That's ridiculous. Vampires? Do you really expect me to believe this occult nonsense?
Why on earth would a cheap bureaucrat like yourself know anything on the matter? How dare you even question my credentials? The Helsing organization has been defending the British Empire from such monsters for generations. I will illuminate. The Helsing organization is a special operations agency charged by Her Majesty with the duty of finding and eradicating all supernatural and satanic threats to the Church and Crown. There's a vampire in Cheddar that's controlling the ghouls, a monster from the pits of hell. Send in all the troops you wish. Send every last man under your command. They'll end up little more. Or they may suffer a worse fate. When a vampire drinks from a virgin of the opposite sex, a new vampire is created. Otherwise, your people become food, and then join the vampire's unholy legion of ghouls.
Sir, I've completely lost radio contact with squads 2 and 3. Bollocks. What's going on? Report! I'm in!
If If you are to stop the ghouls from further multiplying, you're going to have to terminate that vampire at the source. And this is where Helsing comes in. We will take care of your vampire.
That's insane.
I can assure you, gentlemen, that one of our finest anti-vampire field agents is already en route to Cheddar. This will be settled in a matter of hours.
What sort of agent would handle this?
We're dealing with monsters. Vampires, especially. I promise there is no greater expert walking this way.
How beautiful. Nights like this make me want to have a bite to drink. Yes, I couldn't imagine a more perfect evening.
There's no use running. Guns won't help you either.
Eddie? Simon?
That's right. Your little boyfriends belong to me now. And soon you'll belong to me too. I look for loyalty in my servant. I wouldn't want a vampire with free will running around. Pity I can't find a virgin as lovely as you. I'm going to violate you. I'm going to drain your blood, slowly. Then you will join with the rest of my ghouls. My slave for eternity. Who the hell are you?
Your death.
My death? Oh, really? My God. This is pathetic. Kill him. Is that the best you've got?
Your agent's a vampire?
Correct. You see, humans make poor vampire killers. They're frail, they're mortal, they're corruptible, body, mind, and soul. The most effective weapon against a vampire is another, more powerful vampire. The Helsing organization has such a feature in its menagerie. And let me assure you, gentlemen, our vampire has power beyond imagination.
No, how could he be killing them? It's those bullets!
The silver cross of Manchester Cathedral was melted down to make these 13mm exploding shells. Nothing I shoot ever gets back up again.
But why? Tell me! Why fight to save these pathetic humans? Don't take another step. The girl's the last survivor. Don't you want to save her? Be reasonable. I'm not asking for much. Just a bit of help. You can look the other way.
Are you a virgin, my dear?
What are you doing?
I'm asking if you're a virgin.
But
You bastard!
Answer me.
Yes, I am! What's your name?
My master. Your father called me. I had to shoot through you to pierce his heart. I'm sorry, but you're dying, and there's no time left. The choice is yours. What do you want to do? Police girl, tonight is truly a beautiful night.
Where am I?
It's a car! A car! A police girl!
Police girl, what's it feel like to be dead? Still, the choice was all yours. To walk the path of the Dracula.
Where am I?
girl, how does it feel now that you're a vampire?
You're too loud, police girl. I don't care if you are a vampire. You're still English. Have some manners.
So I'm a vampire. Sorry, but where am I?
This is our headquarters. We are called the Helsing Organization. We are the monsters that protect England from the other monsters.
So you're telling me, you're saying that I'm...
Given your condition, you'll be working for us from now on. We've received word of a string of vampire attacks. Go and kill the vampire, police girl. The victims' heads have been ripped off. Messages are left on the wall, written in blood. This is an offense against God and Christendom. They mock our church, our country, and Helsing itself. The target is moving north on Route 17, butchering whole households along the way. Do not leave a single freak standing!
Soon both of us will have eternal life.
Invincible vampires.
You don't know how to change your body into mist or a bat. You can't heal any of your gunshot wounds. And now that you're out of bullets, you can't even defend yourself. You dare to call yourself Nosferatu? You disgust me. Your turn, police girl.
Yes, sir.
What are you waiting for? Do it.
Sir, she's already 600 meters away.
Imagine the third eye on your forehead. Aim from there. If you shoot like a human, then you're going to miss like a human.
But sir...
Aim right for her heart. Don't worry. You'll put the bullet right through her.
But it's so dark, and I don't have scope.
That's a human complaint. Now, it's time to make the shot like a proper vampire.
It's such a big gun, yet I hardly felt any recoil at all. It's pitch black, yet I can see more clearly than in daylight.
Good shooting, police girl.
And now, I'm hearing voices, like some sort of telepathy. It's all too fast. What on earth am I becoming?
A deed bitch.
Not yet. This is only the beginning. And there's a long road ahead of you.
Too many. Far too many. Suddenly, we have far too many vampires causing trouble. Third and fourth-rate vampires killing randomly, keeping us busy. Pointless, cheap, pathetic acts of barbarism. It's as if someone were churning out vampires off a factory.
Now both of you stop that. There's no fighting between friends. How do you expect to go to heaven acting like that?
Sorry, Father.
Listen, violence is never the right answer, except when used against heathens and monsters. All right, I want both of you to run straight up to your rooms.
Yes, Father. Come on.
To what do I owe this visit? What happened?
I'm afraid we've been hearing a lot of bad news lately, coming from England.
Yeah, they're working hard to keep everything quiet.
Ah, vampires. There have recently been multiple vampire attacks within their borders. Far too many to be pure coincidence.
Well, nothing wrong with that, is there? If a vampire wants to eat some Protestants, how's it our business?
But there's more. Helsing. They're a problem. They've been holding a stronger front than we expected, keeping damage to a minimum.
They are nothing but amateurs. Helsing is practically a kindergarten compared to us. The Catholics, the Vatican, and the Iscariots. We were fighting against the forces of darkness centuries before the Helsing organization even existed. So why are you here? If all the trouble's over in England, then surely the English can take care of it on their own.
But it's not only in England.
What?
There's been an attack in Ireland. Northern Ireland. A little town called Badrick. Helsing is on the move, and we will not just sit back and watch.
The nerve of them, sneaking around where they're not wanted, like they belong there. These fools are as shameless and presumptuous as ever.
We will teach them to know their place, Anderson. They tread on Catholic land. This vampire is ours to destroy. We want you to deal with this before they do.
And if I should run into the agents of Helsing?
Just remember, we are part of God's divine instrument on earth. We do not retreat when we are challenged by heretics.
If anyone does not love the Lord Jesus Christ, let him be accursed at his coming. God save you from your fate. Amen.
Zombie pumpkins. They're just dolls. Take aim. Just one shot and it's all over.
Make sure to put a hole through the heart or the head. Just remember, these people did not become undead ghouls by choice. There's no way to cure them once they've been changed. It's for their own sake that we need them to rest as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir, I must.
Understand what it is to be a vampire. Blessed blades. Barrier.
Fuck off.
We are the servants of God and the messengers of his justice. We are the instruments of his divine wrath on earth. We are called upon to cleanse his kingdom, bringing ash from the flesh of thine enemies. Praise to our Lord.
Sir, a report from our Vatican intelligence officer. It reads, our fears confirmed. The Vatican Special Operations Iscariot organization is on the move.
Iscariot, the Vatican's Special Operations Unit, the most powerful agents the Vatican commands. Professional exorcists, assassins trained to deal with heathens and heretics. They're working under Section 13, a black operations unit. How large a force did they send?
Just one agent was deployed. The Paladin, Father Alexander Anderson.
Did you say Alexander Anderson? God knows what would happen if he were to run into Alucard and the girl. I'll leave for Badrick immediately. Fetch my gun, my sword, and prepare 2 bodyguards.
Yes, sir.
Walter, I want you to keep working on the Vatican.
Of course, sir. Paladin Anderson, Executioner Anderson, Bayonet Anderson, off with its head Anderson, dust to dust Anderson. Place of birth unknown, age unknown. Even his origins remain unknown. The only fact we can nail down is that he is an expert monster hunter. In much the way Alucard is our best line of supernatural defense, Anderson can reasonably be described as the finest agent Vatican Section 13 has to offer.
The Paladin Monster Slayer. The Purifier. God, I hope they haven't started killing each other yet.
Beautiful moon tonight. What do you think? Your voice sounds so very lovely when you're whimpering in agony, young lady. Don't worry though, you're not dying yet. I haven't pierced your heart. It's been a while since I've had a good hunt. I plan on enjoying this.
Vatican Special Division 13, the Iscariot Organization.
Right you are, you pathetic Helsing dogs. And you must be Alka, the housebroken vampire, the monster who
Oh,
hunts his
look
own
at the
kind,
way.
the famous Helsing family pet.
What have you done with the vampire we were hunting?
He's dead. Not much fun, really. I didn't even have time to enjoy it. It seems you two are the only ones left.
Really?
You attacked a vampire head on in the middle of the night.
You didn't even try to catch me by surprise. You're a brave man, Father. But you're also a fool.
Master.
Don't talk. You've been stabbed with her blessed blade. Now, just...
What?
Engineered by the human race to defeat vile monsters like you.
Knowing Iscariot? No. Knowing Alucard, it's probably already started.
That's it? This thing was Helsing's ultimate weapon? The great domesticated vampire. What a disappointment. He's a joke. Bloody Protestants screw everything up. Well, after all that, she's still able to crawl away. It seems I may have underestimated my little Draculina.
Master, please, I can't do this. Dragging in this flow. Oh, leave me. I can't do this alone.
Wherever you think you're going, there's no place to run. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We have nothing more than dust, and to the dust we shall return.
I have to come in. I have to escape. I just have to run and find Santegra. What is this?
That is a spiritual barrier, little one. It's impossible for vampiric creatures such as yourself to penetrate. Now settle down and I'll leave you to slaughter, you goddamn monster.
He's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh God, I'm gonna die.
This is no time to use your head, Mister.
Drink my blood, Miss Girl. Drink, and you shall never again be treated like a slave. Drink, and you shall truly become one of us. You will drink blood of your own choosing, wandering the night, powerful and singular. Become eternal and complete. Drink my blood, Elise Girl. Now, Ceres Victoria. It's over.
That girl belongs to me. What's your business here, Paladin of Iscariot, Father Alexander Anderson?
Sir Integra, Fairbrook, Wingates, Helsing. To what do I owe the honor of such a personal appearance?
Enough, Father Anderson. This is a violation of our agreement. The situation here is under our control. Withdraw immediately. Neither the Iscariot nor the Helsing organization can afford this sort of battle. I don't care who you think you are. This act of aggression ends now.
Withdraw? Is that an order? You expect the Iscariot organization, God's own chosen instruments of judgment, to just withdraw on your order? Did you really expect me to run away screaming in fear from a filthy Protestant horde?
An artificially bioengineered regenerator agent. And they've upgraded your healing. You're a thing.
Perhaps, but you're nothing but weak. You're worthless. And as for that pathetic pet vampire you love to parade around with, you just missed his decapitation.
You cut his head off. Is that all?
What?
Get your hands off, Sir Integra.
It's not looking good for you, Father Anderson. If I were you, I'd leave while I was still able.
Have you gone insane? I'm about to paint the walls with the two of you.
Then you'd better make it quick. That vampire you decapitated will be coming back to life any second now.
He'll what?
Why didn't you just drink the blood, you idiot?
Cut off his head, pierced his heart. He is nothing like any vampire you've ever known. Your tricks won't kill him. You may be the fruit of the finest anti-vampire technology, but 100 years of the family's occult knowledge produced this achievement. Our crown glory, the Vampire Alucard. I think you're beginning to understand. What will you do now, Anderson?
I'll leave. I need further preparation to be on this one. We'll meet again, Helsing. Next time, I'll put you
It's over.
Are you all right, Alucard?
Yes. It's been a while since I've had my head cut off. And now we've finally met Father Anderson from Iscariot.
He has violated our agreements, attacked without provocation, and killed my men. The Vatican will pay dearly for this. However, they are not our priority. There's a shadow organization somewhere out there that is responsible for this increase in vampire attacks.
Then what are my orders, Master? Shall I destroy them? Wipe them from the earth? Grind them to dust? Just give the word, my master. Sir Integra Helsing.
When the time has come, I will.
Really? I can't wait. It'll be a pleasure. A truly great pleasure. You. Why didn't you drink the blood? Why not drink?
Oh, I'm not sure, but it felt like if I drank the blood, it would mean the end of something important inside of me.
You are an idiot. But perhaps you have a point. Perhaps it's time for a vampire who does not walk alone through the night.
Why on earth did you turn her into a vampire?
Why indeed? For fun? For sport? Maybe it was just a whim. Maybe, but that doesn't sound like me. Perhaps after years spent with humans, you finally rubbed off on me. I might be developing a sense of whimsy. Let's go, police girl. Don't go.
Yes, sir. My master. But you see, sir, my name's not Poliska. It's Ceres Victoria, sir.
Enough, you coward. You are a police girl. Police girl will do.
Ah, you're mean. Master!
That's quite a thing for you to say. Just what I'd expect from a king of vampires. Or a count.
Damen und Herren, we will move forward with our plans for the impending war. And for the war beyond that. And the war beyond that. And the next. And the next.
All flesh is grass, and all the comeliness thereof as the flower of the field. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our God abideth forever.
Have I been bested
Sir. Yes, you are bested. This is not a nightmare you will be awaking from. Your castles are plundered, your dominions in ruin, your servants destroyed. And the girl has fled this place forevermore. She will never be yours, Count. You are judged and found wanting, Vampire King. You have nothing. You are nothing. Nothing!
Dreaming. It was just a dream. It was nothing.
Well now, the situation must be impossibly dire if you've got the gold to convene a roundtable conference. Am I right, Sir Integra?
Yes.
Civilian reports of vampire attacks on British soil have been rising steadily over the past few months.
We can't keep this quiet for much longer.
There are limits to the information we can suppress. What is going on, Sir Integra?
We have been conducting a thorough investigation into the matter, and finally we have come across our first solid piece of evidence.
And what is that supposed to be?
A transmitter, perhaps much more. We've been finding these microchips embedded within the vampires. These chips seem to relay information regarding the creature's physical and mental state, movements, and altercations.
Good God!
These attacks are not random. There's someone creating these vampires, controlling them, moving towards some unknown purpose. And that's not all. It gets worse.
What? Please, go on.
These are different. Traditionally, ghouls come from the corpses of deflowered men and women once they've been drained of blood by a vampire. But not anymore. During these last few incidents, not one new vampire has been created. Even young boys and girls who were clearly virgins have become ghouls instead of vampires. Also, the traditional ghouls we've encountered in the past do not survive the destruction of their host. But during the Badrick incident, Vatican agent Anderson claimed to have destroyed the vampire well before our arrival. The host vampire had already been dispatched, and yet the ghouls still walked.
So what does it all mean?
We are at war against a conspiracy of vampire experts, and they're displaying remarkable skill. Gentlemen, the enemy is just like us.
What the hell is this thing?
That thing you're referring to is a coffin.
I know. Why is there a coffin in my bedroom?
Oh, it's here on orders from Sir Integra. We can't have a vampire who doesn't sleep in a coffin. So there you are.
What have you done with my bed?
I had it disposed of course.
I would be kind of annoyed if, like, you just did it, like, you didn't explain beforehand.
Fine. If it helps, the orders were confirmed by Alucard as well.
Master.
Yes. Since you're still refusing to drink blood like a proper vampire, you will slowly become weaker. You must now sleep in a coffin filled with the soil of your birthplace. This smallest of concessions is the only way to keep up your strength. I take it you're still feeling uncomfortable with the situation?
You're an idiot.
Master.
You chose the night. Once you've turned your back on the light of day, all the sunlight should ever mean to you is smoldering pain and a slow death.
Good evening, Alucard. I have something very special I was hoping to show you.
Oh, what is this?
The Jackal, a custom 13mm anti-freak combat pistol. It fires custom-made rounds, far more powerful than the 454 Castle rounds you're used to. 39 centimeters long, 16 kilograms in weight, 6 rounds per magazine. The Jackal has more firepower than any human could be expected to handle.
And the rounds?
13mm explosive shells.
Casings?
Pure Macedonian silver.
And the tips? Explosive or mercury?
Mercury tips, and already blessed.
It's perfection, Walter.
I'm pleased that you're pleased, sir.
I bet this beauty could even stop Father Anderson dead in his tracks.
Oh my god, Master! That's amazing!
Miss Victoria, I believe I have something special for you as well.
Huh?
The Harkonnen, a 30mm anti-freak cannon, designed to be used with both depleted uranium shells and exploding incendiary shells. This weapon will destroy all but the most heavily armored of targets.
So this dude's friend, I mean, he's like a real doctor, but like does the cosmetic shit on the side, right? So then that same crazy fuck with the horn comes back, but now he wants a plexiglass plate for his skull. And the doctor fucking does it. He makes a window. You can see the fucker's brain and shit. The guy's got a big monster horn and his head meat on display. The guy's a freak. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, you get it?
Shut up. This stream of drivel pours from your mouth before every job. Can we just this once try for quiet, focused, and cool?
Yeah. I got it. Same old shit. I know. Fucking A, bro.
Failure is not an option.
Oh, please. I could pull this job in my goddamn sleep.
Hey, what are you two doing here? These grounds are off limits.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're on a sightseeing tour of famous English estates.
Are you saying this mansion isn't open to the public?
This is private property. Please leave at once.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Dude's looking kind of queasy.
He could use a nap.
Right then. Ciao.
Hold your fire! I said hold your fucking fire!
Dude, bro. These guys are complete fucking idiots. Are you sure about this shit?
Please. This is a test. An insignificant, ordinary test. Don't forget the big picture. His plans are moving forward, and we are but the smallest cogs in his great machine.
Fine, whatever. Now, let's have a little fun. Listen up, maggots. You know how the plan goes. You make the kill, you drink the spill. And if you run into Alucard or the Helsing biatch, don't you quit until they're dead. Dead! Dead!
Calm down. Sir Integra, what's going on?
This is Control Room 1.
What happened? Report.
We're under attack. It's an unknown enemy.
What?
All outside communication has been cut off. We're currently exchanging fire with no interest.
Hold the line. Buy as much time as you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer, I need details. How many? Who are we fighting?
The enemy. Oh, God. The enemy are gone. Damn it! Why don't they die?
Bringing the motherfucking death by Konami.
I'm so fucking hard right now.
A ghoul army.
We need to buy time. First priority is our evacuation. Secure a path to the heliport. What happened? What was that?
I'm afraid it was the heliport, sir.
What?
This is a very well planned attack.
Sir Integra, we can't hold this position for much longer. We're being overrun.
Officer! Report! Officer! Hello?
Hello? Is this thing on? Cool.
This message is going out to the Round Table Conference, and a very personal and heartfelt shout out to the Queen Bitch herself, Vince Helting! Alright! Your ass is currently being kicked by the Valentine Brothers! My name is John Valentine, and I can't wait to meet up with every one of you. We'll be getting intimate as soon as me and the boys finish lunch. Let me be the first to thank you for providing us with all these tasty snacks. By tomorrow, Helsing will be nothing but a pile of shit. You've got nowhere left to run and nowhere to hide. Because now I'm going to kill you. I want to see you cry and beg. In the meantime, I highly recommend pissing yourself, followed by a course of praying to your impotent God. There's only time to just be a man and kill yourself. Thank you, London. We love you. Good night.
What you plan to do about this, Integra? He said the ghouls have taken over the estate.
They're coming for us. What's worse, we have a security leak.
Damn it, Integra!
What's your position, Walter?
Miss Victoria's room in the sub-basement. I've already been brought up to speed on the situation. Outside communications have been cut off, so I wouldn't expect reinforcements for at least 4 hours, or maybe 5. In the meantime, our current forces have been ordered to defend the conference room with their lives.
What do you recommend?
Well, for starters, please fortify the door to the conference room. Since both Alucard and Miss Victoria are with me down in the sub-basement, I propose we divide into 2 teams. Alucard will head upstairs. Miss Victoria and I will make our way towards the conference room.
How will you manage? The hallway is full of ghouls.
How did you manage to find Alucard's cell 10 years ago?
The air ducts, of course.
Seems to be the best option at the moment. We'll both be there shortly. Good luck.
Walter? These animals are eating my people. Show no mercy. Do not let them leave the grounds alive!
By your orders then, Sir Integra.
Oh, does Walter Dolnays, the Angel of Death, ride again?
Come on. What are you two talking about?
You'll see soon enough.
Put the veteran and the rookie together, and you may as well have one normal soldier.
This could actually end up being fun.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? If there are any normal people who are going to let us know.
be quiet. What?
Yo, Luke, what up? Can you hear me now? This is your brother Jan Valentine, commander of the army of the undead Helsing Slayers. Oh yeah? Letting you know the first 2 floors are secure. Now all that's left is to take the 3rd floor, crash the round table conference, and kick the shit out of a little girl and a bunch of old people.
Just stick to the plan. Don't give them an inch.
I think I'm heading for the basement. Well, that's enough of that. Time to see what you can really do. Alucard.
What the hell's going on?
They're closing in, and fast. They've taken the first 2 floors as well as the roof. Escape is impossible.
Just do something! You're responsible for this! Sir Penwood! This is neither the time or place for such behavior. I believe that what Sir Integra is trying to say is that we must all be expected to fend for ourselves when the time comes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're ghouls, aren't they? And they're armed to the teeth. We're all going to die. Oh! It's a bottle.
Are you all right, Miss Victoria?
Ceres, Walter.
I do apologize for the delay.
Hi!
The Manor's defensive forces have been roundly decimated. I don't know who armed and trained these creatures, but whoever did is a tactical genius. They knew exactly how and where to hit us.
Walter, honestly, do you think we're done for?
No, of course not. Compared to the sorts of trouble Van Helsing faced a century ago, I think it's fair to say this hardly rates as a crisis. The plan is as follows, Sir Integra. Alucard will intercept our attackers in the suburb.
Innocent.
Ceres and I will clear this floor. Your standing orders will be followed to the letter. I promise that not one of these villains will ever see the light of day again. Now, with your permission, sir, I believe it's time I gave these young people a proper lesson in violence.
Fuck, these are some fine cigars. Like all bourgeois and shit. I mean, come on. That's just fucked up. People starving in the world, and she's wasting money on this. A slow and agonizing death is too good for that stick-up-her-ass bitch. I think it's time someone gave her an old-fashioned working-class ass-kicking.
I know you're in here. Even when you're hiding, I can feel your presence. Why on earth would I hide? Don't dare mistake my patience for cowardice. Honestly, I was starting to get a bit bored waiting for you. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Alucard. My name is Luke Valentine. I'm a really big fan of your work.
Little Helsing chickie, we're coming to find you. Come on out and play, Little Helsing. I promise it's gonna be a lot of fun. We just want to torture you, kill you, maybe skull fuck your corpse a couple of times, burn the house to the ground, go home and masturbate, okay?
Oh dear. Goodness. I guess I'm not as spry as I used to be. My name is Walter Dolnays, butler to the Helsing family, and former master vampire hunter. Fire! Bit on the slow side, aren't they? After all, a ghoul is just a ghoul. In theory, threatening, certainly tenacious. But honestly, they're quite a distance from indestructible. Oh, and this. I highly recommend kissing yourself. Followed by a course of prayer to your impotent god.
Now that's fucking great. Cause I gotta tell you, plowing through you people was really starting to bore the fuck out of me. Oh my. What?
Miss Victoria, now would be a good time for some support.
Sir, right.
Second volley. Fire an incendiary round with a VT fuse straight through the center ranks.
Yes, sir.
Oh, fuck you!
Like that? You old fuck?
I've got him, Walter. Are you all right?
Get off, bitch. I'm supposed to be on top. I think I'm starting to feel my age. That is quite an impressive hold. Where did you learn it?
Well, I was a police officer once.
Get the fuck off me, fucking vampire slut! Is this chick the best you got? No wonder you all went down like a fucking bunch of pussies.
I'll be asking the questions. What's the objective of this attack? Who are you taking orders from?
Me? I'm just a tourist. I was passing by, totally minding my own business, and thought I'd have a look. So we cool? Dude. Ah!
Young man, the left one's next.
We were following orders, all right? We were told to attack the Helsing headquarters and kill everyone we found inside. We were supposed to confirm the deaths of the Round Table and your pet vampire.
Hold on. You're not the only one in charge here. Who else?
Wow, you're quick. Right now, Big Brother Valentine is downstairs beating Alucard into a carpet stain.
Your name gets thrown around quite a bit, Alucard. The things people say. They tell stories of your amazing strength, how you glide through oceans of blood. They call you Nightwalker, beyond human. A monster whose powers radiate with a darkness that casts a shadow on darkness itself.
Finally, I get to know once and for all if there's anything more to you than rumor. When I was human, I feared you. The stories, anyway. And when I gave up being human, when I became this, I began to admire you. You, the first great pioneer of immortality. No matter what the rest of us do, really we're all just chasing your shadow.
That's ridiculous. You fool. There's no such thing as an immortal.
Yes, I know. And once I have your head on a stick, everyone else will know it too. So now I get to kill you and make my wildest dreams come true. You've never seen anything like me before. I was designed to surpass you in every way. I was born to be your death.
Jesus, your reflexes are amazing.
I told you, I'm completely different from any creature you've ever faced before. I have the sum total of your vampiric power at my disposal. All of it and more.
Me and my brother, we were designed with the sole intention of killing you fucks. You people are so fucking dead and you don't even know it!
You're in no position to make threats.
You hurry up and die, you filthy pedophile.
You must be going senile, Alfred.
And now, for our next trick, check out door number 3.
My God, what have you done? Time to get this party started.
Stop!
You made it. Congratulations.
Yeah, you are missing the whole point. You're talking about biology.
Oh, fuck me.
Being transgender or any gender has nothing to do with biology.
What? He's not even trying to dodge the bullets. Does he think he's indestructible? Everything has a breaking point. He may act like he's not injured, but he's taking far more damage than I am. I can beat him.
Yes, excellent. I haven't had this much fun in ages. What did you say your name was?
It's Luke. Luke Valentine.
Luke Valentine. It's obvious that your powers are beyond even the
Report
highest
this, Phil.
category of vampire. Releasing control on restriction systems 3, 2, 1. Approval of Situation A recognized, commencing the Cromwell invocation. Ability restrictions lifted for limited use until the enemy has been rendered silent. Now, Luke Valentine, it's time to educate you on how a real vampire does battle.
this
What are you?
filth.
What in the hell are you? Come on, get up, attack me! You've only suffered the loss of your legs. Summon up your familiars. Transform your body. Heal your severed legs and stand. The evening is still so young. Come on, hurry, hurry! Pull yourself together. The fun has just begun. Come on, hurry! Faster! So, I see you for what you really are. You're pathetic. Nothing but a useless, sniveling lump of meat. Shut up! You're nothing but the Helsing family toy! A dog for the Church of England, not even fit to call himself a vampire! A puppet! Silence! I'm a dog. Then you're dog food. Such a shame I overestimated you. As a vampire, you were just a pathetic piece of shit. Now you're nothing but dog shit. The one upstairs didn't seem like much, but they're having more trouble with him than I would have expected.
My men. They've turned all my men into ghouls.
Violet's in blue. I think she looked a bit too far. Jail for assault. What fun.
That's enough! You can stop! Saras! Please, stop.
It's all over. Nice. Come on and kill me, limp dick.
Oh, I'm not going to kill you. Not until after you tell me who put you up to this. Then I'll put you out of your misery.
Are you serious? You fucking pussy. What up, bitch?
We'll have no more of that. I'm pissed off. Who the hell are you people? What did you hope to accomplish here? Who's responsible for this? Start talking! Answer!
Come on, bitch, you know. The ones that put the fucking chip in me. Oh, the chip that's sending information letting them know we fucked up. They can hear us talking. Every last goddamn word. If they know I'm standing here all fucked up and dying about to tell you everything, you think they're gonna let me fucking live? See? I so fucking told you! Well, since I'm fucked, how about I piss a little wisdom on you dipshits? You can take this glue and shove it up your ass, bitch! Beware the millennium!
That's it. Millennium.
Are you all right, Santago?
Yes, I'm fine. And as for them, please, put them out of their misery.
Of course. Walter, you will obey that order. The responsibility must fall to their leader. Sir Integra, it's your duty.
No, Sir Islands. That's going too far. This entire situation should have been prevented
Integra, your lack of preparation is an offense. And since this facility is under your command, the responsibility is yours. The fact that these men died and were reanimated as these creatures is entirely your fault. How dare you, sir?
Walter! I do not ask for your forgiveness. This is my pen.
Now, Walter, see what you can find out about this millennium. I expect you to work quickly and thoroughly.
Yes, of course, sir.
You will see them pay 1,000-fold for this horror.
Out of the 96 members of the Helsing Organization's headquarters in London, only 10 are left, 8 of which are only alive because they were away at the time of the attack. Excluding them, the only survivors from this ordeal are myself and you, Sir Integra.
What about Ceres and Alucard? Aren't you forgetting about them?
I didn't include them because they're already dead, sir.
Yes, of course. Any word yet on Millennium?
We solicited the resources of the British Intelligence Service, as well as the National Public Safety Commission, who went so far as to rummage through the unsorted book stacks at the British Museum. Internationally, we discovered 7 occult and military enthusiast organizations throughout Japan, France, and the United States, including a Star Wars-related club in Los Angeles.
Star Wars?
The Millennium Falcon. It's the name of Han Solo's ship.
So what you're telling me is that we have no solid leads at all?
My apologies, ma'am. At this point, the only thing we know is its definition. A span of 1,000 years.
Now that is something.
Yes?
Don't you remember, Walter? The Empire of the Millennium. The order that sought the glory of a 1,000-year kingdom and plunged the entire planet into a world war. Hitler's Germany. The Millennium Order of the Third Reich.
All is well, gentlemen. The experiment can move ahead. Sir Integra, in light of your orders to bolster our current Helsing membership, I've taken the liberty of hiring professional mercenaries.
Mercenaries? Men motivated by a lust for money. Can we trust such soldiers?
Normally I would. These men are proper professionals. As long as they have a contract and get their money on time, the Wild Beast will never break their word.
Tell those assholes we're supposed to bomb the other guys! Inbred motherfuckers don't give a shit! They got a dozen sisters at home to knock up.
That's not bad. It works out to like 2 a day if you don't count Sundays.
Shut up, shape up, and put your head back in the game! They dropped the bombs on us because we don't matter. We mean nothing. They blow us up and buy new ones. I think we can all agree there's no shortage of idiots willing to shoot guns for money.
Captain, we just got word that the palace has surrendered.
That's just pathetic. Couldn't they at least try and put up a fight?
I guess the Civil War is over and we're out of a job.
I've been working on something.
Please tell me it's not another sand.
There'll be no sand where we're going. The next job, it's in a city of fog.
Captain Bernadette, what the hell is this?
Huh?
So
The fact that
what? Are we
transgender
going to be
people
fighting in
exist
London?
and are
Since when do we
making
work
pretty
security
much the
jobs?
same
I
claims
didn't
about
sign
how
up to
being
shadow some
transgender
rich
actually
asshole.
works.
My God, you
There's
people.
also a
I really can't
whole
think of any other
medical
way to
field
put this,
behind
so here
just
it
being
is.
transgender
They are going to be
alone.
paying us to kill monsters.
They're going to be paying us to do what? Monsters.
If it was a
Gotta be
hoax,
kidding me.
there would be
It's
no
true.
medical field.
The enemies are immortal creatures who sustain themselves by drinking human blood. Your job, gentlemen, is to fight these monsters with bullets, garlic, and holy water. Put a stake through its heart, cut off its head, burn the corpse, scatter the ashes at a crossroads. For further instructions, consult Bram Stoker.
That's just ridiculous. Everybody knows there's no such thing as vampires.
Then everyone is quite mistaken. Or more accurately, we've helped them maintain a state of blissful ignorance. For over a century, the Helsing organization has served the British Empire, fighting a secret war against the forces of darkness, the vampire in particular. For those of you who still need convincing, I present to you a genuine vampire.
Oh no. Just hold on. You are really a vampire?
Yes, I am. Hello. I get the feeling they're laughing at me, sir.
Then show them something to make them stop, police girl.
Right, of course, sir. Come on.
If this is supposed to be a vampire, then I'm Frankenstein's monster! Captain! She's some kind of monster! She kept poking me with the... It happened so fast, and my head was just... I don't believe it. You're really telling me that that girl is a vampire?
Damn right she is. The police girl may be the lowest of the low, but a vampire is still a vampire. What a pathetic bunch of sniveling cowards. Do you really think they'll be of any use to us?
My deepest apologies, Mom. I did try to stop him.
These men are going to be guarding me while I sleep. I wanted to take their measure.
Now that introductions are over, a most unusual letter arrived in the post today.
What sort of letter? From Vatican Special Operations Division 13, the Iscariot Organization, Enrico Maxwell. What time is it, Walter?
It's just past 3, Mom.
They arranged this meeting and still managed to be late. Do you think it's a trap?
I doubt Iscariot would be bold enough to stage a daylight attack, especially an attack in public, right in the heart of enemy territory.
Pictures do not do the collection justice. It must be seen in person. And look at how well they've maintained everything.
Truly, you would expect no less.
Oh. I think we're a bit late.
It would appear so, sir.
Oh dear, so sorry to keep
That's
you waiting.
close enough. What business does the Vatican have here? And why send the Iscariots, the dirtiest of their dirty little secrets?
How unfortunate. It appears our reputation has preceded us. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Enrico Maxwell. I'm the head of the Iscariot organization. It is an honor to meet you.
I really don't care who you are. Just tell me what you want.
There is no need to take such a harsh tone. We didn't come all the way to England just to pick a fight with you, Sir Integra.
I don't believe you. You've done nothing but show contempt for our treaties. This latest incident with Anderson in Northern Ireland was inexcusable. He killed 2 of my best men in Badrick. I barely managed to escape with my head still attached. And you have the gall.
Shut up!
How dare you?
You really expect us to just let you do as you please? 2 men? If we had slaughtered 2 million of your Protestant scum, I would not have shed a tear. I'm here under direct orders from His Holiness. Otherwise, I would not bother with you filthy creatures. So just shut up and pay attention, you miserable English sow.
A sow. Nothing like Iscaria to inspire the fear of God. Such fearsome insults. 2,000 years of your inane prattle. Truly, some things never do seem to change.
The great vampire Alucard, the Helsing family's pet creature. I don't believe I've ever seen you in person before. It's a great pleasure to make your acquaintance.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well. And now I must say goodbye. You call my master a sow and expect me to let you live? I'm afraid that I'm just going to have to put a bullet in you, you foolish little man.
Oh, how absolutely terrifying. How can a man be expected to deal with people who put a gun in his face? I think you'll agree that turnabout is fair play. So why don't we make this fight interesting?
Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and for thy possession the ends of the earth. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, ye kings. Be admonished, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the sun lest he be angry, and ye perish in the way, though his wrath be kindled but a little. This can be over with one swing of my sword. Iscariot does not shirk when the enemy presents itself.
Report and block this still.
Neither of us could ever back down in front of an enemy. Come on then, Judas Priest.
You won't be so lucky this time, vampire.
Stop! I'm ordering you to stop!
Right this way, everybody! Everyone with a Japanese tour, right this way, please! Come to Dexio! Right this way! We're walking! Come to Dexio!
This isn't the time or place for a fight.
Yes, you may have a point.
I'm going back to sleep. Getting up in the middle of the day is exhausting.
If you'll excuse me, sir, I'm going back to Rome. I must say, this is an excellent museum. Perhaps next time you'll allow me to bring some of the children from the orphanage.
Of course, that won't be a problem.
Next time, I swear I will rip him to bloody pieces.
It seems we both have to contend with some rather difficult subordinates. Well, are you done, pig?
Oh yes, I am quite done. Now that the violence is out of the way, perhaps you would care to join me in the cafe garden.
Well, after you then.
Well done!
Thank you!
We are aware that you've been looking into a particular word in connection to your recent travels. We also know that you haven't uncovered anything of value.
Yes, that's more or less true.
Millennium, correct? I know this is special operations business, but we do have some information regarding the name
needs to be done.
Millennium.
Some kids are just not okay.
Do you want our
and are not
file?
okay to be in
Do you
public.
really wish to know
They
what
call
we
it
know?
prison? No.
Come on. Yes or no?
Yes, please.
I give you Millennium. It started over half a century ago, during the Second World War. Nazi Party loyalists were preparing to flee from Germany. An extraction operation began just as Allied forces took the country. Understandably, they needed enough time to evacuate, while still standing their ground long enough not to be considered traitors. The majority of these party members and soldiers ended up in South America, where they found refuge with a number of Nazi sympathizers.
Those survivors were the Millennium Group.
Yes. Millennium also refers to the classified operation to move
I only
these
become legal
individuals
to
and
get
supplies
married
to South America.
in
And the military unit that
2017.
carried out the orders.
The law was passed, but
You
didn't
just
actually come
figured out
into
how we
effect
know
until
this.
2019.
Yes, we helped the Nazis do it. The Vatican gave their full support and helped create the Millennium Group.
I think perhaps they're starting to put it together. They know about Millennium. Put it together, you say? Nonsense. They don't know anything about anything yet. Is it my imagination? Or are you enjoying this? Enjoying is hardly the word for this feeling, Doctor. I'm ecstatic, positively giddy with anticipation. Just think of what a terrible bloody struggle awaits us. It will be the greatest struggle of them all. Der größte Kampf.
I assume you've heard the news?
Yes.
The Nazis again. It's unbelievable. But now here we are, 50 years later.
Is it really that surprising? I had a feeling they might be involved. This whole mess feels very familiar.
LGBT people are still
And why
fighting
is
for
that?
rights
Why is that?
all around the world,
You're
and
asking
rights
why
are
after
still
all
being
we've
taken
been
away
through.
from us.
There's not a lot of people who are willing to enlist the
Sorry
undead
that
to do their fighting.
if you're
There's you.
heterosexual
There's
and
them.
have
And then there's
equal
me.
rights, no matter where you
We
are in
assumed
the
their
world, you have
Undead
rights and
Research
freedoms.
Institute was completely destroyed over 50
And your rights are
years
not
ago
being
during
taken
the
away or
war.
challenged or
We
debated.
killed every last Nazi we found, don't you remember?
I'm actually generally jealous
Oh
of you.
yes, we did, didn't we? God, it's been ages.
Growing old seems so awful.
Nonsense. Curmudgeonism is a traditional pleasure for English gentlemen. Alucard, we're sending you to South America. We're not the sort of people used to backing down, especially when someone has clearly tried to pick a fight.
Huh. That is a very British attitude. Perhaps some discretion might serve you better.
If something can be achieved easily, it probably isn't worth it.
LGBT people always
Good
get their
evening.
rights taken away
Has
from
Walter
them,
explained
and
the
rights are being
situation?
debated, and
My
LGBT
orders
people
are
are
simple.
constantly fighting for
Search
rights.
and destroy.
I'm sorry
Now go.
that if you're a heterosexual, you have always had equal rights. You will have all the rights and freedoms
Whatever
there are in
you
the world.
wish, my master.
I'm generally jealous of you. I also feel sorry for you because you don't feel special enough, even though you have
A
all the
vampire
rights in
drinking
the
wine
world.
in a private jet, flying to Rio de Janeiro in broad daylight? The story's got everything wrong. Well, to be fair, maybe not everything.
Hello? Someone, please open this thing.
I believe I have a suite.
Yes, Mr. Brennan, thank you. I have your reservation right here. The penthouse has been prepared for you.
Over here! Come on, this way!
You can bring that up to the penthouse, please.
Right, you got it. Hey, you heard? That goes up to the penthouse!
Excuse me, sir. Is that your luggage? I'm sorry, sir, but the hotel doesn't allow such large personal belongings. The hotel can't be held responsible if something...
It's fine.
I'm sure I just have to call my... It's just... Your luggage looks a bit...
Enough. Everything is fine.
Everything is fine.
Everything is perfectly fine.
Yes, sir. Everything is perfectly fine.
Good. Now hurry up with my bags.
Yeah, fine. What the hell was that? Black magic?
Or maybe he has some kind of evil love beam or something. What is this? My hotel is a trash heap on the edge of town. Oh, the iniquity! Damn you, bourgeoisie! Damn you!
Cheap hotels can be extremely charming.
Is that so?
This is Red Glove to White Sock. The guests have checked into the hotel. I repeat, the guests have checked into the hotel.
All right, we'll start the investigation tomorrow. I'll come by for you once the sun sets. You vampires do prefer to work at night, according to the movies.
I can hardly wait. I can hardly wait until tomorrow. Good evening.
I see. We seem to have found ourselves sharing common interests with Helsing. It won't be easy cleaning up this 50-year-old mess. I'm sorry I must always be asking you to perform such unpleasant tasks.
Your Holiness, please think nothing of such tasks. Iscariot is a blade, to be wielded in whatever way you see fit. But I think we should let the heathens fight it out amongst themselves. With any luck, they'll not only dig their own graves, but pay for the funeral as well. Seras, wake up, Seras. I am the spirit of your gun. I am the great Harkonnen. Wait, don't run away. I said don't run away. At least don't run that way. You've been working so hard, I want to give you my support. Now, go ahead and ask me anything you want to, and don't hold back.
Oh, wise Spirit of Harkonnen, there is one little question I'd like to ask. I've had a terrible series of misfortunes and have landed in the most dreadful of circumstances. How long will I be plagued by this bedlam?
Boy. Wait, hold on. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. Listen to me, Seras. What is happening now is not a dream. Something very, very bad is going to happen to you any second now.
Huh? What do you mean, very, very bad?
I mean terrible.
Any second?
Right now.
Wake up.
Oh, hello, good morning.
Good evening. There's something interesting going on.
Huh? Lights gone out. What? That sounds just like... What? What? Oh my God. What the hell is going on?
Tensions are high. Just 30 minutes ago, two armed terrorists, a man and a woman, killed several of the hotel guests and staff. They have now situated themselves on the top floor and have taken over a dozen people hostage.
Yes, with respect to that, I will find a way to get in contact with them. No, I really don't think that's the situation at all.
You would really declare war against us? You bring this on yourself.
We have just received an update on the situation in Rio de Janeiro.
Let's see you dance, you freaks. Wind up your waist and show me some hell.
Now, it's time for us to go to war.
Our snipers in place. SWAT teams Yanan and Dagran are both in position.
Word go. All teams move in. The targets are both in the penthouse and are confirmed to be heavily armed. Extreme prejudice is advised. Shoot to kill. We are not taking prisoners. I repeat, the terrorists are to be shot on sight.
There. Everything has been arranged as you instructed. Is there anything else, Mr. Alhambra?
No. This is very good. I can think of no task for you at the moment. You're on your way to being granted entrance to the Kingdom of Immortality.
This is done. 12th floor secure.
Roger. All teams, 12th floor secure. Brimstone team, secure the elevator. This is Quinto. Elevator secured.
I've been informed that a SWAT team is going to storm the building.
How do you think Alucard is going to handle the situation?
I imagine he'll feel that they're an obstacle barring his way to the main objective. And history has made clear his favorite tactics for dealing with obstacles.
Even if they're humans. Just ordinary, ignorant men.
You seem to sometimes forget who he really is. Alucard. He's a monster.
Rear guard in position. Die Romeo, you're clear. Roger, moving in.
Dogs. That was a very good try. However... I cannot be killed by dogs. It takes a man in order to kill a monster. Lock the door.
No! They're monsters!
Yes, people keep telling me that. And what does that make you who would stand against me, soldier? A man? A dog? A monster?
Master.
Ceres, prepare for battle.
But...
Is there a problem? Do as you're told.
But... Master, these people, these are humans.
Your point?
These people are human beings!
I don't care what these things are! They came here to try and kill us! It no longer matters what they are. Now they must die. They'll be slaughtered. Corpses, left to rot in their graves like filth. This is just the way it is. This is what has to be done. And no one has the power to change that. Not God, the devil, or you!
I know, but they're just...
This is just the way it is.
Yes, Master.
Come along now, Ceres. No time to be a coward.
Sorry, sir. Yes! Right!
Someone's calling the direct line. Do you think it's...
Who is it?
It's your humble servant, Sir Integra. Give me my orders, Master.
What did you do to that SWAT team?
I killed them. I slaughtered them like cattle. There's not one left standing. Now, all that I require is your order, Sir Integra. I believe the senior officials of the local police are under Millennium's control. These people who stand against me may be innocent humans, but I will kill them. I'm ready to strike them down without a moment's hesitation or the slightest hint of regret. I can do this for you.
I'm a monster, and I will do what needs to be done. But what will you do, Sir Integra?
My guns are prepared for battle. My sights are trained. My magazine is fully loaded. I pulled the slide and removed the safety. Everything is ready and waiting. Still...
You must be the one to pull the trigger. So what will you do?
I'm waiting for orders, my master. Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing.
sword. I've already given you your marching orders, soldier. You will search and destroy! Search and destroy! Any resistance you encounter is to be crushed! Helsing does not run from our enemies! Kill them all! I order you to leave nothing but bloody stains in your wake!
The final veil removed. This is excellent news indeed. You still allow to inspire my passion, Integra.
Then by your orders, my master, I hope that you enjoy the show.
What do you think, Walter? Did I make the right decision?
I'm only your butler, Mom. It's not my place to pass judgment on your choice of action. I simply hope my services help you make your decisions. Now, why don't I go and start a fresh pot of tea? I believe I saw a shipment of Ceylon in the kitchen.
Fear does not necessarily always mean phobia. Phobia does not necessarily always mean fear. Look at the word hydrophobic, meaning that it's water repellent. It's still got the word phobe in it.
Is that it? Oh no, the bloodbath has only just begun. He's not even close to being finished yet. So how do you wish to proceed? Well, it's not fun yet, that's for sure. Who cares how many of these little police people he tears apart? It's like sprinkling water on a raging fire. I know how to liven this up. Tell Tubla-Khan Alhambra it's time to attack.
Come on, let's go! Move! Move! He's coming! Run! Let's go!
It's true, but it's also sad because both masculinity and femininity needs to be fully accepted, otherwise you're just not going to achieve equality. We're in a situation now where men are looked down upon, and men are not going to be able to achieve equality with the kind of attitudes that we have towards men and masculinity.
Open sesame. Good work, soldiers. Now, good night.
It's been 5 minutes since the SWAT team went in. We still haven't had any word from the inside.
Even I, as a woman, I get ridiculed for expressing any hint of masculinity.
What for war so very much. Look at him. So hideous it makes my spine tingle. This is what I want. A creature who dances between life and death, who mocks the borders between sanity and madness. He looks as lively as the first day I saw him. He is truly inhuman, this one. This stranger from the night. This noble vampire. I can hear the symphony of war. It's been so very long. The chorus of screams rising from the pits of hell.
Oh my. You really shouldn't play with your food. You certainly do live up to your reputation. My name is Tubal-Caim Alhambra, Mr. Alucard. Though some people have taken to calling me the Dandy Man.
Fascinating. Did these poor souls belong to you?
Oh, you're speaking of those unfortunate men up there. Their superiors were fools, and so they allow their men to end up in such a state. Truly amazing what some people will do on the promise of immortality.
Taking advantage of idiots. We both know there's no such thing as immortality.
No need to be cruel. They still serve their purpose. After all, how many of your holy ammunition rounds do you have left now, Mr. Alucard?
You're starting to bore me. Let's cut to the chase. What are you here for?
I'm here to take your unlife, Mr. Alucard. Millennium has given me the task of bringing you in. Well, at least a sample of you anyway.
I get it. There's absolutely no reasoning with you people. Which leaves me with no choice but to keep killing until there are none of you left standing. Didn't your masters learn anything from the first time I decimated them?
Right into my trap. Oh, no, you don't. Alucard, the vampire. You are so disappointing!
Mr. Alhambra's still in the middle of fighting. But if anything happens to him, we won't get what's coming to us. According to ground reports,
that's one more step toward earning my paycheck. And where did they put that helicopter?
I can't stop bleeding. Those cards of his must be very special. Magic playing cards. How interesting. You, sir, Dandy Man, are very amusing. Hi.
Are you ready for another round, Mr. Alucard? I bet they have a special place ready for you in the deepest pits of hell. What? Is something funny?
I'm just pleased, that's all. The world would be so boring without idiots like you to amuse me. A new Millennium Group. A revived Last Battalion. Yes, I know. You remind me of that insane little major in his freak show menagerie. I'm grateful that the world still breeds such madness. Now, it's time to play, Alhambra. I want to hear you squeal like a pig.
You expect me to squeal? Are you serious? Don't you see what is happening? If only the world were so simple. You really have gone completely soft in that. Trying to run again. Useless.
We're in the dark. We're in
I've had enough of these men.
I want to hear it, pig. So, squeal. That's checkmate to Volcan Alhambra. Now, it's time we start dealing with the business at hand. I'm obliged to give you a thorough interrogation, so you're going to tell me everything you know. Well, your blood will. So, it's war then, is it?
Oh, yes, it's war. A war without distraction or interruption.
Master! Master! My God. Master? What was that?
Mr. Alucard! Miss Victoria! Can I offer you a lift somewhere?
We ruin the countries we govern and the people in our care. We slaughter our enemies and sacrifice all our allies. We'll keep killing till there's nothing left but to destroy ourselves. It will never be enough. We are incorrigible warmongers, aren't we, Major?
Welcome to NHS Tayside. Please note your calls may be recorded for training
Looks like...
It will never be enough. We are incorrigible warmongers, aren't we, Major?
Hurry up! Come on, people! We need to get going now!
Poor dandy man. Looks like a broken rag doll. Our opponent is quite impressive, isn't he? He's stronger than any of us could have possibly imagined.
I am so sorry, Major. I suppose this means that I still have much work to do.
Please, don't be ridiculous. This is the dawn of our great success. The things we've learned today will serve us well against the Alucard in the future. We've gained access to a most extraordinary being, a median, more than a person, a vampire. I tell you, Doctor, 50 years of hard work are about to pay off. You will build monsters, turn them into soldiers, organize them, train them, supply them, militarize them, and command them. We are the last battalion. Das letzte Bataillon. It is magnificent. My brilliant Doctor.
Thank you, Major.
Good. This most delightful show must now draw to an end. It's time we headed back home for a bit. Don't you think? Captain, let's bring her home and quickly. We've kept the gentlemen at the Opera House waiting long enough. So please let us make haste. I imagine by this time they are about ready to explode with anger.
Understood. Very serious business indeed. I'll have her at full tilt the whole way, Major. Bestätigung, alle Klappen engagiert.
Bestätigung, alle Klappen engagiert.
Steuerbord 20.
Steuerbord 20.
Destination Jabro Panther Schanze. We're coming, and I don't care how many hundreds or thousands or millions or billions of people try to stop me. Yes, anyone who dares stand in my way will be destroyed. Welcome to this crazy time. Willkommen zur verrückten Zeit.
Unspeakable, smug little smirk in war on his face. That dreadful laugh, his cheeks puffing up for every cackle. He looked nothing like any Nazi SS officer I had ever seen.
But at the time, back in 1941, you, as a member of the Vatican's European General Directorate, collaborated with this man and his organization.
He was accountable to no one but the Fuhrer. You must understand, we were forced into collaborating.
Yes, of course you were. And so they set their plans into motion.
Their methods and desires are ingrained in my memory, my master.
Well done, Alucard. Her Majesty herself has called for a gathering of the Round Table.
Really? The Queen?
Return at once to make your report. Do not keep her waiting.
I'm on my way. Integra, Did you enjoy the thrill of declaring war? Did you feel your blood rush? The warmth of hell's fires as you ordered the slaughter?
Don't speak to me, you monster! Now return immediately! Damn it!
What the hell is this, Major? There's simply no way I can tell you that, Colonel. My orders are top secret, issued personally by the late Führer.
Don't you dare take that attitude at me! Why won't you turn us into vampires? Why? Answer me, you miserable swine!
That's enough backtalk from you, Colonel. One more childish outburst and I'll blow your fucking head off.
Major, what is this? What task could be so great that it would require an army of 1,000 vampires? The pudgy creature spoke with a mad authority. He was a man ready to command the legions of hell itself.
I intend to imbibe upon the infinite pleasure of war. And so I shall bring forth another. And another war, and again, and again.
In this man's plans, they called for the creation of many vampires. The Führer's secret last battalion. How simple. But you did more than help fund the operation, and you were more than a mere pawn. The title more suited to you, my friend, is collaborating. You were forced to cooperate. Ridiculous. You asked him to turn you into a vampire, didn't you?
It wasn't just me. All of us were forced to help him. They tricked me. Help me, Maxwell. Please, I'm begging you.
No. No way. It won't work. C'est impossible.
But getting home will take an extra week by boat.
Private jet is out of the question. And we can't leave his big box here, can we?
Within this box is my own true kingdom. It's where I was born and where I'll die.
The Vatican has a small private jet 13 kilometers north of here. There's your release paper. Our people are expecting you. So take it and get the hell out of here before I decide to decapitate you again.
We have returned to you, my master.
Well executed, my servant. The Queen awaits you. Remove your glasses.
It's been a very long time, vampire. Come closer, let me look at you. All these years and you haven't aged a day, Alucard. Unfortunately, time's march has not been as kind to me. Can you believe how quickly I became an old woman?
I still see the same spirited young woman I met 50 years ago, Your Majesty. In fact, to my eyes, time has made you even more beautiful, Your Highness.
Proceed with your report, vampire.
55 years ago, a deranged Nazi major attempted to breed a vampire army. Walter and I laid waste to their operation. However, it seems they simply refuse to die. They've returned, replenished their numbers, and are ready to complete their original mission. That's what Millennium truly is, the last battalion.
I guess Mr. Tublaken's filthy blood must have given us away.
Best character.
The Major sure blew that one. Whoa there. I'm just the messenger. I'm not here to fight anyone.
Explain this.
My deepest apologies, ma'am. I don't know how he got past security.
They are useless against me. I'm everywhere and nowhere. He's only a child. What is Millennium? What are they after? Stop it. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. To the gathered representatives of the Vatican and Great Britain, my commanding officer, the glorious Major, has a message for all of you. Please attend carefully.
What's going on? There's no picture. Professor Schrödinger, the screen is not working. Oh, hold on. Right there. That's good.
Major, looks like you've really got your hands full.
No, things are going well. It feels as if a weight has finally been lifted from my shoulders. I'm feeling great, in fact.
Hello, Major.
Alucard, I'm so happy to see you again. It's been really far too long.
What is it that you want?
Oh, finally face to face with the Fraulein herself. Sir Integra Helsing, it's a pleasure to meet you.
What's the purpose of this? What are you trying to accomplish? Answer me!
The purpose? What a silly question, my beautiful Fraulein. Purpose? Quite.
To put it in the simplest possible terms, Fraulein, our purpose is a total absence of purpose. You should be aware, Fraulein, that there are some people in this world, certain irredeemable lumps, for whom the means does not require an end. I speak, of course, of myself.
every bite. If he turns into a ghoul, I will not be happy. No.
Oh, Val, I didn't think your decision would be that harsh, sir.
You're insane. All of you.
Did I just hear someone from Iscariot questioning my sanity? Then let me ask you, if your God would allow my madness to flourish across the globe, then wouldn't it seem to you that any god like that would be just as mad as I? We are the finest of the Third Reich. Do you have any idea how many people we've killed?
I'm insane? What foolishness! You didn't have any objections 50 years ago.
But never mind that. Try to stop it then, you self-proclaimed normal people. But unfortunately, Iscariot is not my true enemy. My true enemy is Britain. The Helsings. Well, really, it's that man laughing in the corner back there.
A declaration of war. Excellent. I can't wait to destroy you again.
No matter what you do, we will never give up. We will reverse this ridiculous situation as many times as we have to.
Alucard, Ceres, kill him.
Fine. Shoot the messenger if this is what you come to. Auf Wiedersehen, mein Fräulein. I look forward to meeting you across the battlefield.
Alucard, Sir Helsing. Destroy them. You have your orders.
At last, Major, we have our audience's undivided attention.
Doctor, Captain, once I start my dance, I dance to the bitter end.
Enjoy it to the fullest, Major.
See, that made it really, really, really white. That's what I like to see. That's just white on white.
You're so slow. In the time it took you to walk down one little hallway, I went all the way to London, got my head blown off, and made it back. Perhaps you should start thinking about going on a diet, my major.
No, I couldn't do that.
Show some respect, Warrant Officer Schrodinger.
It's all right, Doctor. My warrant officer has succeeded in his mission.
Prepare for launch. Engaging flux.
Deus Ex Machina! Commence launch!
This is a message from the commander of the Lost Battalion to all ships. We are headed for the heart of England to once again dominate the skies of London.
Send up the beacon, our signal fire of defiance, announcing our grand return to this mortal world.
mighty ship. Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor. My bullet punishes all without distinction.
Welcome aboard the Eagle, ma'am. Everything is in order. The ship and its crew are at Millennium's disposal.
How does it feel, my newly minted captain, to become a vampire, lead a mutiny, murder your crew, and commit high treason all in one night?
Oh.
I see. How about condemning your shipmates to hell? Doomed to walk the earth as ghoulish, rotting corpses. What was that like? Well, excellent work! This is really amazing. Millennium is happy to have go-getters like you on our team. Oh, we couldn't have done it without you. And of course the Major. He's so proud. You definitely deserve everything that's coming to you. Well, I guess the only thing left for you to do, you dirty liney, is die.
Ha! The bitch set us up! I only had one shot. That's impossible. It can't be.
I'm the huntress, Quip Van Winkle, Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor. My bullet punishes all without distinction. Silly creature. Oh, you are up. I ran out of paint before I could finish, so I had to improvise.
So you are a robot,
It was
just
a
repeating
trouble
yourself.
here, so I thought I'd properly christen our new ship. Much more holy, don't you think? The German Third Reich's Atlantic Naval Fleet flagship Adler is now commencing operations.
We keep killing them and they just keep coming back. You have to at least give them credit for their persistence.
Let them return as many times as they please. We'll just keep killing them. It's that simple. At least it's not just the two of us anymore. Nice to have a new piece on the board.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask you.
Yes?
Why did you turn Ceres into a vampire? It just seems so out of character. You understand my concern.
It wasn't my decision. It was hers. Have you met her family yet?
No, she's orphaned.
Of course she is. Beneath that girlish exterior lies a fascinating and complicated creature, abandoned to a town of death. Her co-workers transformed into hungering, mocking visages of evil. A sadistic vampire hunting her down with the intention to rape and kill her. It was as close to hell as any mortal could imagine. And what did she do? What fate did she choose? Giving up is what kills people. Those who refuse to give up are entitled their time to trample upon the weak.
So now you're just waiting for her to drink blood. Is that right?
All in good time. She'll drink. Eventually, she'll drink.
Ourselves, our fight that we have won with much success to achieve our rights.
Why do you refuse to drink blood? You're not human anymore. It's time to accept it. Ceres.
But I... got Santegra.
I cut my finger. I don't want it to get infected. Kiss it for me.
I just...
Do it. That's an order. Good. Just be careful not to bite, Sass. There. A few drops of pure virgin blood. Do you feel any better?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Now gear up and be ready for deployment. We've lost contact with the aircraft carrier Eagle. We're assuming it's Millennium.
Sir, yes.
Yes, sir. We're bleeding information to them like a stuck pig. The vampires have had their agents try to ambush me 4 times since I got here.
They have informants all across the world. South America, Great Britain, the Vatican.
Being LGBT is finally becoming normalized, and we are proud of it.
Anderson, and do not underestimate the resourcefulness of this scam.
We are celebrating
So now,
our
question we have to
rights
ask
to get
ourselves
married.
is, what is
We
Millennium's next move?
have not even had that for a decade.
Imagine that.
LGBT people, we
It's all turned out just as
say
you thought it would, Maxwell.
we have been married for
must
decades. We can't say that yet.
And yet, there's something distasteful about this situation.
Then maybe you should have shown a little backbone. The pudgy little MAGA call our Lord in heaven a madman.
So
He's not the
we are
least bit
even
interested
able
in us.
to
He's focusing all his
celebrate the
attention
fact
on Helsing and Alucard.
it's very
With
basic
that
we
in
have the
mind,
right
I
to get
thought
married.
actions
Marriage
should
is
speak
one of
louder
the
than
few
words.
rights that we just don't have.
Ah, I see. So you're going to prepare a surprise attack?
Exactly. When the dust has settled, we will be the ones standing in the ring with our fists raised high. His Holiness the Pope issued the mobilization order some time ago. He's transferred control over the Knights of Malta,
Marriage is
the
just
Knights
one of
of
the very
St.
few
Stephen, the
rights
military
that
order of Calatrava la Nueva, the Knights
just
of the
got,
Sagely
and
Brethren,
there's
and the Swiss
many
Catholic
rights that we
Executive
still
Office
don't have.
to me. The Vatican's administration of Holy Relics
many
3rd
places.
Division, Matthew, has also gone into action.
LGBT
Specialized
is just
anti-vampire
becoming normal.
tactical armaments are being prepared as we speak.
This almost feels like a crusade.
Yes, exactly like a crusade. Only this time we do not face Allah.
This time we hunt a war god. This time we face Mars! Destroy castle after castle. Pillage town after town. We will use their mangled corpses and build monuments to the price of such insolence!
You are the instrument of divine will, Anderson. Return to headquarters by whatever means you see fit.
Yes, sir.
In nomine Patri et Filii Sancti.
Amen. All right, you bastards. It's time you had a taste of divine punishment.
Just 36 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
We lost communication with the aircraft carrier Eagle 18 hours ago. She's currently anchored approximately 300 kilometers off the coast of Pollington Bay. We've confirmed she's flying their colors.
Millennium.
That's why we called you. The situation aboard the Eagle has moved far outside the Royal Navy's jurisdiction.
What's the status?
Go on. Sir, as the General said, we've lost contact. The Eagle has ignored all emergency hails. However, satellite photos have revealed not only the Nazi emblem, but the presence of a lone individual on deck holding a parasol. 2 SAS platoons are currently approaching the Eagle via helicopter in order to assess the situation and hopefully bring this to a resolution.
General.
Yes, sir?
Those men are defenseless against what's out there. Cancel the operation and order them to return immediately.
Both helicopters have been shot down. Did the Eagle open fire on them?
No, sir. Someone fired at them from the deck. They reported a single musket shot.
That's ridiculous.
I'm getting confirmation.
What will you do, Sir Integra?
We're under direct orders from Her Royal Highness. We've determined this incident to be the work of vampires and will be assuming jurisdiction. There you are, Sir Penwood. Anything to add?
No, ma'am. Good hunting, Sir Integra. I'm handing over control of this operation to the Helsing organization.
Good.
They aren't launching any attacks, but they do open fire when we approach. It's textbook, Mum. They're trying to lure us in. That ship is literally a floating fortress.
I don't suppose we could just ignore the damn thing. How do we deal with a ship full of ghouls? Moving vampires across large bodies of water is problematic. The situation hinders their movements and ours as well. So what do we do with our vampires? We could try sending them on our own battleship. Would that work?
No. Between the preparation and the voyage, it would take far too long, and we can't count on them to stay put. Perhaps a faster vessel?
Walter, they have high-caliber anti-aircraft and Gatling guns. A speedboat would be lost in a hail of bullets. What about dropping them in from above?
No. The Eagle is well stocked with anti-aircraft ordnance. We couldn't get a plane anywhere near. Perhaps an aeroplane with a lot of decoy chaff.
No. They still won't fool those damn magic bullets.
What you're saying is, against their stockpiles of missiles and magic bullets, your only hope is to find a way to get me onto the flight deck of that ship. Isn't that right?
It may not be possible.
Wait. It's brilliant. I know an aircraft that can get you on board. However, I think there may be only one in existence.
It's her favorite.
Ist unser und unser der Sieg und unser der Sieg und unser der Sieg. What is happening? It's him!
Commissar 71. It's just a reconnaissance craft.
Report. First Lieutenant, what do you see out there?
It's him! It's the madness! I hear him! He has come for me! Charges his fireball speed of black iron, the stench of death standing in his head.
He's diving! My God! He's going to ram us! Engines to full evasive maneuvers! Get us out of the way! Fire the guns!
Cromwell restrictions. 3, 2, 1. Released. Today will be lost. Fate has brought you to this.
My God, how sad the hunter spirit, for my heart will not cease to tremble.
First Lieutenant Rip Van Winkle, do you know how their freischutz end? Caspar, having trifled with the Black Huntsman Zamir, is whisked away to hell for his sins. His corpse is then thrown into the bottom of a ravine to be eaten by wolves. Prepare yourself, First Lieutenant, for now Zamiel comes to collect you. Those who dare impersonate the dead are judged to join their ranks.
We have to hold out a while longer! It still isn't time yet! It's a monster! Shoot till you empty! Make granada! Throw the grenades!
Oh my God!
Prepare yourself, First Lieutenant. What will you do in the presence of Zamiel? What will you do,
Rip Van Winkle?
Tigger, tailor, soldier, sailor! My bullet punishes all! Without distinction!
That was another card that we like right cool shit. But that's exactly what he's doing. Like, cool. He's sort of like
Again! Again? Again?
Right. Okay, this is kind of cool.
What the hell?
Very good. This is nice hand. Yeah. What?
Guess what I just caught?
I just caught you, Rip Van Winkle.
The operation was a success. No matter how many stones you cast upon the water's surface, no matter how many times you stomp your boots upon the creeping shadows, they will never submit to your will. That is the river of death. Life and death, when viewed with a proper perspective, are really just one big hoax. Immortal, invincible, undefeated, and almighty. It is ludicrous. But we can cast light upon the shadow. We can and will find the tide changing. Through your sacrifice, we will bring Alucard to submission. Wait. Let's not be too hasty with our options, Doctor. She fulfilled her mission absolutely perfectly. She deserves a hunter's death.
How generous, Major.
Achtung! Auf Wiedersehen! I will see you in Valhalla. First, Lieutenant.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen!
Auf Wiedersehen!
Auf Wiedersehen!
Auf Wiedersehen!
Auf Wiedersehen!
Auf Wiedersehen! Auf Wiedersehen!
Auf Wiedersehen, Frau Winkel.
Sieg Heil!
Are you having fun, Alucard? War should be fun after all. So sing the battle hymn, Alucard, and watch as my works unfold. I can see it. I can see it even through thick spectacles. The city's lights, its Hawksmoor steeples. Hear my battle hymn, Alucard, and watch the collapse of the British Empire. My friends, it has often been said that I like war. My friends, I like war. No? Friends, I love war. I love holocausts. I love blitzkriegs. I love defensive lines. I love sieges, charges. I love mop-up operations and retreats. Wars across prairies, in streets, in trenches, in grasslands, in frozen tundras, through deserts, on the sea, in the air. I love every act of war that can occur upon this earth. I love blasting the enemy to smithereens with artillery salvos that thunder across the lines of battle. My heart leaps with joy whenever a soldier is tossed high into the air and cut to pieces by well-placed sniper rounds. And there is nothing like a tank operator using a Tiger 8 to destroy enemy tanks. And the feeling that comes when a soldier runs screaming from his blazing tank, only to be mowed down by heavy machine gun fire, is such an exquisite feeling. Like when ranks of infantry brandish their bayonets, rushing into the enemy line. It moves me deep within my heart to watch a fresh recruit stabbing over and over into the bloated chest of a long-dead enemy. The sight of deserters being strung up from a street lamp
is an irresistible pleasure. And there is nothing more arousing than the sounds made by prisoners of war dropping like flies, screaming in agony as they're mowed down by ear-piercing Schweizers. When a band of pitiful resistance fighters makes their final stand with nothing but small arms, only to have their city smashed to atoms block by 4.8-ton bombshells, I am in ecstasy. I love it when my forces are ravaged by a Russian armored division. It's so sad to see towns and villages that were supposed to be defended at all costs being laid to waste, their women and children being raped and killed. I love to be squashed under the heel of the British and American war machines. The humiliation as my men crawl around like vermin, ducking the Yarg bombers flying overhead. Gentlemen, all I ask for is war. War so grand as to make hell itself tremble. Gentlemen, I ask you as fellow brothers in arms, what is it that you really want? Do you wish for further war as I do? Do you wish for a merciless, bloody war? A war whose fury is built with iron and lightning and fire? Do you ask for war to sweep in like a tempest, leaving not even ravens to scavenge from this earth? Very well. Then Krieg is what you shall have. We are a clenched fist, ready to strike down all who oppose us with our might. But after enduring over half a century wallowing in the darkness, for us, a simple, ordinary war will no longer be sufficient. We need a massive war! A war beyond any other that man's history has ever known! We are but a single battalion, the remnants of a defeated army numbering less than 1,000 strong. However, I believe that each of you old warriors is equal to 1,000 of their sickly soft children. We represent a force that could easily defeat an army of 1,000,001 men. It is time for them to awake. The ones who sent us screaming into oblivion and who now lie sleeping. Let's drag them out of bed by the hair and remind them of what we are. We will remind them of what it feels like to live in fear. We will remind them of the sound our jackboots make against their throats. Things between heaven and hell than are dreamt of in their philosophy. Our Kampfgruppe of 1,000 vampires is going to burn this world down to ash. Yes, my friends. Soon Europe's charred remains will illuminate the night sky. Brought you all back just as I promised I would. Back to our favorite battlefield. Back to our beloved war! At last, the sea lion has crossed the ocean and is heading up the hill. Attention all soldiers of the Millennium Battalion. This is a message from your commander. Friends, let's bring them hell.
Who the hell are you supposed to be?
I'm the spirit of your gun. You can call me Jackal, Willis. Come on, don't shoot the Willis! Stop it! Just hear the Willis hours.
This is ridiculous. I'm going to leave now.
You think you can just leave? Man, you're living in the Willis space now. And one does not simply leave Willis space, my man. You're gonna spend the rest of your life in the Willis space, making cameos in various productions regardless of their entertainment value. And another thing, stop saying I weigh 10 kilos already. Get it right. The Jackal weighs 16 kilos, my man.
Really?
The two of us will have a savage pebble and metal burn through Nakatomi Plaza. Or you can help me rescue Ving Rhames from getting sodomized wielding nothing but a samurai sword. You, me, and Steve Buscemi will sweep the golden raspberries by going into space to blow up a meteor. Along the way, we're gonna get jerked around by a kid with a weird name who can see ghosts. And after that, we're gonna roll our taxi trying to catch Mila Jovovich.
That was a close call. You let that imposter get too close. One always has to be on guard, expecting sneak attacks and betrayals. Never let another man choose your weapon. It's time to wake up, Alucard. Ceres and Integra are waiting for you.
Look, isn't that General de Gaulle up there?
Up where? Oh. Damn, I missed.
Hello, I'm Christopher Walken.
And I'm Tom Berenger.
Together, we are the dogs of war.
Stop it.
I'm Maximilian Schell. I say we kill them all.
Stop it.
Hello, I am the Emperor.
Who are you? I'm the Fourth Protocol. That makes no sense.
Well, I am the negotiator.
Then good luck to you.
And thus the Silhouette shall cross the ocean and climb atop the hill.
Sir, our communication feed to Vauxhall Cross has just been cut off. The SIS is offline.
It's what? We've also lost contact with London BTN Control. Civilian communication networks across the city are apparently also offline.
Sir, we've lost contact with Ark Air Force Base. No response from the Atlantic Fleet or from Fleet Command.
We've had no word from Defense Intelligence Headquarters. All lines are down.
General, we've received civilian reports of a fleet of dirigibles moving north over New Haven. They're on a direct course for London.
Dirigibles? A fleet of airships? Impossible. They can't be trying to declare war on us.
We're past that.
Sir Integra.
The enemy is at the gate.
second.
Fuck off, you little prick!
Oh, sweetie, don't be such a bitch. Hey, Johnson, have a friend's back, would you?
The Mern. It's the Mern.
That's cool!
Soldiers of the last battalion, Achtung! Gentlemen, night has fallen. Tonight, my invincible warriors of Millennium. Tonight, all our promises bear fruit. Welcome to the eve of war.
All right, everyone, it's time for us to open up our handbooks. We'll start on page 3. Operation Sea Lion, British Invasion 2. Please note the information under the bullet point, London explodes and cat battle vampires. Oh dear. What is the problem this time, Herr Schrödinger?
Doctor, I'm sorry. I seem to have misplaced my handbook.
Oh, such trouble. What to do with you? Go share with the captain for now.
Zorin, Lieutenant Zorin Blitz.
Ready for orders.
Our primary targets are the Helsing organization and the vampire Alucard. The men under your command will be the Vanguard unit. Take your Zeppelin and make your way to Helsing headquarters.
Yes, sir.
Please avoid the direct assault for now. I will arrive with the main force post-haste.
I don't know why you would even bother, sir. Without Alucard, the Helsing forces are as weak as children.
Do not take the Helsing women lightly. Integra Helsing and Ceres Victoria are not to be trifled with. Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing, scion of the famed Dr. Van Helsing, and the head of the greatest family of vampire hunters in history. And she is the only authority the vampire Alucard recognizes. Then there is the policewoman, the vampire Ceres Victoria. She is perhaps a miracle. Perhaps you might think something of a joke. I suspect that she herself may not fully understand her nature yet. It certainly makes it exciting, though, don't you think? They are both inexperienced, imperfect, and untested. I would therefore argue that, like Alucard, they are arch enemies worthy of caution and scrutiny. And that is why you shall hold without engaging. Do you understand your orders, Zorin?
They are crystal clear, Battalion Commander.
Perfect. Then everything is set. It is time for us to open the floodgates of war. Our first target shall be the City of London, the West Bank of the Thames, Big Ben, the Houses of Parliament, 10 Downing Street, the Ministry of Defence, Buckingham Palace, Scotland Yard, Westminster Abbey, Piccadilly Circus, Soho, the City, Southwark, burn it to the ground. Burn St. Paul's, burn the central government.
Major, what about the cabinet ballrooms?
Blow them up. They're awful. Don't leave the slightest hint they ever existed.
What shall we do about Trafalgar Square, Major?
Destroy it. Topple Nelson's column. The Tower of London, the British Museum, the British Library. Destroy them all. They're repulsive.
Tower Bridge?
Topple it. London Bridge as well, like the song.
And what about the Imperial War Museum?
Blow it up. Go forth and destroy everything that you see. Devour everyone you meet. Feast and imbibe to your heart's content. This mighty capital of 8 million souls are nothing but our supper. Come, gentlemen, it's time for us to kill and be killed, to give and receive death. Now, let us toast the occasion, for tonight is a feast the likes of which has never been seen before. Prosit! Prosit!
It's not mine.
I want more. Ready to refit it V1. Prepare to drop the Waffen Schutzstaffel.
Jawohl.
All retrofitting V1s have been fired. The war has crippled the infrastructure. They are crippled. Crippled!
It's not enough. More. I demand more. Harvest the fruits of battle.
It's beautiful. Like a twilight view of hell. Below us is the only place fit for monsters such as us. It is the only place we would wish to be.
Commence ground combat operation. Deploy paratroopers.
Here we go, you fronting swine. Off to war!
It's just it's not even.
Here. Zwei. Eins.
What is the meaning of this?
Please, no sudden moves, Sir Integra. As of now, this facility is under the control of Millennium.
What is going on?
Shut up! What is going on, Sir Penwood, is a very good day for vampires. A very good day indeed, considering I've just captured the great Sir Integra. What's so funny?
Why, the whole thing, of course. Really, you're the vampire equivalent of newborns. We, on the other hand, are the institution of your annihilation. Frogs parading in front of a viper. Of course it's funny.
I'm not scared of you.
I hope you can claim your Iron Cross from your corporal in hell.
Shut up!
Walter, clean up.
As you wish, Sir Integra. Now then, it's time to take these children across my knee.
Die!
Paramore?
Bloody traitors. Sorry, Sir Penwood. Are you alright? Up until now, I'd been convinced that you were the traitor in our midst.
I may be powerless against them, but I'm certainly not a coward. Sir, the city is under siege! No word from the chiefs of staff!
We've lost contact with over 150 military installations and command centers across the British Empire. It is possible they're currently engaging the enemy forces.
It'll be the same everywhere. This facility is sure to be on their list of targets. We should be gone before they arrive. It's time to leave.
There are Nazi soldiers dropping from the airships! It's the Waffen SS!
It can't be!
Sir Penwood, it's time. This building is about to be overrun by an army of vampires.
Sir Integra, you and your men will return to Helsing headquarters as quickly as is possible. There are duties you are honor bound to perform. Go and see to your sworn obligations. I must stay and perform mine.
This place can no longer function as a command center. Do you have a death wish?
It's still possible for us to restore communications, and we may be able to issue orders again. We will need to establish a chain of command with whatever bases are still fighting off the invasion. I am the commanding officer here. This is my facility. I cannot abandon my post. I know that I'm not a strong man. I've always been nervous. Even I'm not entirely sure how a man like me ended up in such a position of authority. No, that's not true. I was born with a title and money. My authority was expected, and my position handed to me by obligation. So, given that, the least I can do is perform the responsibilities I was handed. Now, off with you, Sir Integra. There are evils moving against us that only you, that only Helsing can face.
It's loaded with blessed atomized silver tip rounds. You should find them more effective than ordinary iron. Sir Penwood, best of luck and good hunting.
Thank you, and good hunting, Sir Integra. All staff prepare for evacuation. Only essential personnel will stay behind. On second thought, in truth, I suppose, I'm capable of operating the emergency systems myself. All of you, get out of here! Quickly! That's enough! What's so funny? I give an order! Evacuate!
I'll try and establish contact with National Defense again, sir. Start looking for a line.
Gather weapons and ammunition. Let's form a garrison, quickly.
Sir! Hey, wait!
Start setting up barricades at the entrances. Go!
I told you, idiots! You don't even have to be here anymore!
There's no need for hysterics, sir. And everyone knows you have no idea how the consoles operate.
Please, sir, just take your normal seat. Otherwise, you'll just get in the way. Thank you, gentlemen. Carry on.
We're going to need runners, even if the lines are down. We'll get through.
Then try contacting the foreign branches. We need data.
Right. Try again.
We're leaving, Walter. As quickly as possible.
As you say, ma'am.
We'll take the car. Will that be a problem?
Not in the slightest.
Nothing is going to get in my way. As head of the Helsing family, I swear it.
Lost in the sea of flame. Look around you. It's hell come to earth. But it's still a pale shadow that's about to come.
Good boys. You defended Queen and country. 'Rest in peace. Time is short. Let's move on.
Integra Helsing sighted. She is traveling at high speed down Regent Street towards Helsing Manor. Capture her. Capture her.
Attention all soldiers. Attention all soldiers. Gentlemen, anyone. This is Vice Admiral Penwood speaking from the British Security Special Command Center. I don't even know if there's anyone left to receive this message. This facility will soon fall. The monsters are almost upon us and through the last of our defenses. I now deliver the final orders from this facility to whomever is listening to this transmission. Keep fighting. Do your duty. Are you saying this is it? The new head of the family? Walter, this is a little girl.
A little girl? A bit rude, don't you think, Sir Penwood?
Well, no, it's just a...
I am Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing. My uncle is dead by my hand, and I am now the head of the Helsing family. So you are never to address me as little girl again.
My apologies, Miss Helsing. So sorry.
Before my father died, he said, if I were to ever need anything at all, Mr. Penwood would happily provide.
Yes, of course. Arthur was always, Penwood, I need you to get me this new fancy gun, or I need a helicopter, or some other godforsaken, ridiculous piece of equipment.
Well, not to outdo my father, but I may have some requests of my own. I am quite grateful.
You put up quite a fight, you fat bloodsack. You think this is funny, do you? Pathetic.
Pathetic, am I? This coming from an undead maggot? Of course it's bloody funny. Farewell, Integra Helsing. It was an honor and a privilege. No! Put down the sword! Never! I do not take orders from swine like you.
Walter?
Yes, ma'am?
Faster!
It's called equality.
What is it?
Men don't like the idea of this because men can't control.
Sir Integra, please
on
take the wheel of the
anything.
car and find another way across town.
What are you doing?
Can
Take the car and go as fast as you can. Do not try and find me.
Control.
And no matter what, do not look back.
Walter.
Educated women.
The way I am now, I don't know how long I'll be capable of holding out against that man.
Walter, live through this. Consider that an order. Understand?
You insist, ma'am. Of course. I knew it was you.
You are correct, my boy. So, Butler, it's been what, 55 years? It's nice to know that after all this time, you still managed to find a way to interrupt me during my dinner.
Integra Helsing is on the move. She has changed routes and is moving towards the manor at full speed. Attention all available squads. Stop her, whatever it takes. Integra Helsing is unprotected. I repeat, whatever it takes. Pursue her. Stop her. Capture her. Capture her.
There she is!
Panzer fast! Zielen! Feuer!
Integra Helsing! By the order of Battalion Commander, prepare to...
You don't know when to give up, Fräulein. No matter how much you struggle, your situation is hopeless. Surrender. This is not your London anymore. This is Midian, where there is no place for humans to run and hide. Give up.
Surrender? Run and hide? Oh yes. And give up. I should give up. That is what someone like you would say to do. Cowards who could not bear the weight of their own humanity. You pathetic monsters disgust me. Come on, let's have it.
Die!
Body! Dying!
Oh dear!
Section 30.
Saint Guillotine, the Regenerator, the Angel's Dust, the Bayonet Priest.
Alexander Anderson.
Facing down the big scary vampires, sword in hand, bleeding on the street. Come on, let's have it. Did you hear that? Well, Heiko. How about you, Yumi? No doubt about it. This woman, these people, who else could be worthy to be our sworn enemies? Our arch enemies.
Father Anderson, I thought our orders were to do nothing more than observe at this point.
And for that matter, rescuing the Helsing woman, sir. That is a serious breach of orders, is it not?
What was I supposed to do? Just sit back and watch? We will be the ones who will crush them. We are the only ones who deserve to crush them. No one else may interfere. No one else can have them. Just us. Just us.
So you're with this Skyet? You won't stand in our way.
Hold your tongue. The dead don't speak. Do the dead dare walk the earth before my eyes? Will the undead raise an army, fall in and advance? Would those who had abandoned God and embraced the heretical order dare presume to meet my gaze? Iscariot will not allow it. I will not allow it. You will be cut down like straw, trembling before my rod. Amen! Speak up, you men of God. Tell us all who you are.
We are the soldiers of Iscariot! We are Judas Iscariot!
Well then, Iscariot, I ask you, what do you hold in your right hand?
Daggers and poison!
Well then, my soldiers of Iscariot, I ask you, what do you hold in your left hand?
Lovely pieces of silver and a sword!
Show them who you are, my soldiers of Iscariot. We are apostles, yet not apostles. We are believers, yet not believers. We are disciples, yet not disciples. We are heretics, yet not heretics. We are soldiers in the service of death, who bow our heads in reverence to our Lord, and whose prayers are found in the withered bodies of our enemies. Our poison served at every supper, our daggers flashing in the moonlight. We are the apostles of Judas Iscariot. We are his holy flock of assassins, and upon the hour at which we were called, we cast our 30 pieces of silver into the sight of the holy, and hide ourselves with a robe of straw.
Thus do we move to meet Hell's legions as a mighty army, and form our square ranks against Hell's gates, and prepare to meet the 7,405,936 demons of evil.
I'm not even reading from the properly, by the way. It's too long, right? Honestly, I'm not reading all of it properly. I get like the wee and then a little bit at the bottom.
My nemesis.
So you're calling the entirety of the LGBT community or all LGBT perverts? Alright, okay, go
I am being drawn closer, and I shall continue the journey within my dream as well.
Brainwashing children. Alright.
Onward to the battlefield. Was it a dream? I had a dream in which I did not get to fight.
Master, I don't think that was a dream.
What?
Well, you see, these next two volumes are mostly about Iscariot, the Nazis, Seras, and myself. I think you're barely in it at all. I do okay, though.
I feel so sorry for you. I'm all over these volumes like Sergeant Slaughter dropping an inverted suplex. Like the macho savage, I'm bringing the pain.
I love the way you bring a sparkle to such dated and bland material. Bravo.
What's wrong with you people?
Men.
This orphanage is my home now.
The Leather Queen's space
Father,
is part of her own space.
Why have I been brought to
She's
this
got one
place?
question, what is it?
Why did my parents abandon me to the church?
Would you give a
Is it
guy
because I'm a
a
bastard?
slump in his car? Hell no! Nah.
I don't need them anyhow. I don't need parents. I don't even need friends. I will become great. And once I've done so, I will have my revenge on all who have wronged me.
Your Excellency.
Your Excellency.
It's time to wake up, Bishop. Please, Bishop Maxwell. I'm happy to report that Anderson and the Paladins who went on ahead with him have captured Integra Helsing. He engaged the last battalion during the course of that task.
Well, of course he is. This after I ask him not to engage. Just look how it burns. Il Purgatorio.
London has been humbled, Your Excellency. Not since the Brits has their capital known such fear. The number of dead are beyond estimation. And as that tally increases, so do the ranks of the undead.
God has banished them. How they clung to their heresy in this Babylon on the Thames. It serves them right.
Indeed it does.
So she just fixes herself in the same way.
And America.
Chaos, Your Excellency. The White House is burning even now. It seems the presidential aide turned into a vampire during a cabinet meeting, no less. 14 people were slaughtered, including the president himself.
Sounds about right.
Our American bishops await orders.
They strike only if the vampirism spreads. Otherwise, we will not get involved. Let the world's policemen tend to their own house for a change, and while they are distracted...
Yes, sir. I thought the Americans would react to what's going on here. This is unusual.
It's no matter, so long as they stay out of our way. Britain, Helsing, and Alucard are my only concerns. The Vatican is content to let the Major be, since they were bedfellows during the last war. I'm not so forgiving. He and his ilk will know a crusader's wrath. On this night, we reclaim Britain from monsters and pagans for the glory of Almighty God! I kill the faithless and demonic, just as you have taught me, Father. from the Order of the Sword of Gorland, I pledge unto thee 340 souls.
From the Order of Calatrava la Nueva, I pledge 118 souls unto thee.
The Order of Santo Stefano di Toscana pledges 257 souls unto thee.
And from the Order of Malta, 2,457 souls.
So according to you, this belongs in the women's toilet.
The Holy Father has ordered us here. He has promoted you in absentia to the rank of Archbishop, as befits your task. Congratulations, Your Grace. We, the faithful here assembled, form the Knights of the Ninth Crusade. We are yours to command, Archbishop Maxwell. Employ us as you will.
Amen. I accept this with all of my being. Your target is London. Destroy it. Let this new era of Catholic might, this Reconquista, now begin. Amen. 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 Oh, to think that a bastard, reviled and spat upon by polite society, would be made an archbishop and given an army. Well, what is it?
Here, look. It's that carrier, the British one.
These coordinates. It's moving again. That's absurd. After the damage it took, it's impossible.
Director, its speed is just a few knots, but the ship's definitely heading to London.
Alucard is coming. Let him come. Helsing, Millennium, and Alucard alike will perish at our feet. The Lord will use us as a cudgel to lay his foes in the dust. Now go. Our time as the tool of God's holy wrath is begun!
Look at them. Everyone charging into hell with a joyous heart. What man among them can enter such carnage and hope to return alive? They're going to die. All of them. No, thank God.
It disguises itself as a movement for equal rights between gender. The earliest takes it also to an extent takes women as well, because it tells you let you do anything you want. But you can't lose yourself for women's things like their mother and life.
That aroma. It's so familiar. Of women being cut down where they stand. Of babies burning to a crisp. Of the old being lined up and shot. The bouquet of death. The smell of war. I'm coming for you, Major.
Sorry, dear. Begin your attack.
Right away, sir. Luftschiffswein, full rotor. We're moving in there, on the double. Our target, Helsing headquarters.
So, how many of us remain?
Half of us have fallen. The Nazis are fierce. Get the termite! Burn this tainted demon meat. Burn them all to ashes.
Enjoy your fire.
Where are you going?
To my mansion, obviously. My forces are under attack. As their commanding officer, I need to be there. So lower the gun, papist.
I don't think so. You're in Vatican custody now, you left legger.
Light me. Light my cigar, Miss Burnhamore. Well?
I've got a gun and you want me to light your damn cigar?
Do it.
You realize I'm the one holding the gun on you, yes?
Light me. Now then, I'm going home. If the thought of it vexes you, go ahead and shoot.
Cut it out, Yumi! Why can't I deal with her? She's just one woman, what the hell?
Hey, how about we tie her up and take her away with us? That would work.
I wanna shoot her!
I can hear you, you know. They want to tie me up or shoot me. What is it that you want, Anderson?
What do you think? Teaming up against an unarmed woman to do God knows what to her? We're paladins, not rapists.
I'm glad we're of one mind, but I really shouldn't walk home alone. Come on.
Aye. We'll protect your maiden virtue.
Step lively, papists.
What are we doing? How did she rope us all into this?
This is terrible. Bishop Maxwell's gonna be so angry.
You know, we have sort of taken her into custody. Figuratively.
Please, he's not gonna buy it.
Shut your pie hole!
Michael, see if you can't find us an automobile. We're a bunch of sitting ducks on foot.
Height!
Father Anderson, do you think this is wise? Your obedience will be called into doubt.
Let them call it into doubt if they dare. There's something about Maxwell's methods that just don't sit right with me. We are almost over Helsing headquarters.
Good. All hands to battle stations.
The flagship is launching V1s. It's support fire.
So Deus Ex Machina is running interference for us, huh? Open wide, Helsing. You're in for a treat.
There is sound, by the way. I'm genuinely intrigued that... Oh, they left. Oh. I'm going to check the comments. I'm going to check the messages right here. Oh no, you're back again. You're definitely back again. I can see that the one view count that's actually hilarious to me. Oh no, you're back again. You're definitely back again. I can see that the one view count that's actually hilarious to me. I'm actually going to put Helsing back on. You're like my one friend, my one viewer. Oh wait. This is actually genuinely funny. The neighbours are complaining about a 4-hour shift or 14-hour shift. She works as a ambulance driver, which is hilarious because like she's actually massively homophobic and anti-LGBT, and all she does is complain about everything to everyone. She's also in trouble with the police because of how homophobic she is. Where I live, despite the fact it's a very, you know, conservative, traditional family value, homophobic little area, which sucks, it's also like we're in a country where homophobia is like a hate crime. So it's actually amazing to see that she's still working as a ambulance driver. Anyway, you've been away for ages, so I'm going to put Helsing back on because it's great. Background crap. The Helsing Ultimate, all episodes, We are 4 hours 25 seconds in, and yeah, it's like 8 hours long, so we're like just over halfway.
Taking her into custody, figuratively.
Please, he's not gonna buy it. Shut your pie hole!
Michael, see if you can't find us an automobile. We're a bunch of sitting ducks on foot.
Halt!
Father Anderson, do you think this is wise? Your obedience will be called into doubt.
Let them call it into doubt if they dare. There's something about Maxwell's methods that just don't sit right with me. We are almost over Helsing headquarters.
Good. All hands to battle stations.
The flagship is launching V1s. It's support fire.
The Deus Ex Machina is running interference for us, huh? Open wide, Helsing. You're in for a treat. Our rockets. What the hell? Fucking status report!
We have sniper fire!
Straight out of the Helsing compound!
Son of a bitch.
All the V1 missiles have been shot down!
Impossible. All 24 of them were fired at the same time.
Searchlights now. I want it bright as day down there.
But sir, if we use the lights, they'll fire upon us!
Just do it! That vampire whore can already see us.
My cher.
Holy shit.
Your new equipment is nothing to scoff at.
The Arconian 2 30mm semi-automatic cannon. Maximum range 4 kilometers. Gross weight 345 kilos.
We're pulling out all the stops against these crowds, aren't we, ma chère?
Mr. Bernadotte, would you please stop calling me mon cher?
I have a name and it's Ceres.
Apologies, ma chère. Tell me.
Can you see London right now?
Of course.
Piccadilly Circus, Soho and Covent Garden are nothing but ashes. The London we knew is gone, replaced with this hell. I can't stand London, never could. It always seemed like such a stuffy town. We never saw eye to eye, old London and me. But the boys would always drag me out to this one cabaret. The beer was cold and tasty, which is good, because the only thing dumber than the bartender were those jokes of his. Or we'd go whoring, this cat house filled with the ugliest girls you've ever seen. But you know, they were all nice to us. And they had the saddest eyes. Then there was the lady with the place on Versailles Road. I never ordered fish and chips, but it's all she'd serve me. She'd say, "Here, love, have a taste of some right proper British fare." Every time. I wanted to tell her it was too greasy, I couldn't eat it. But I didn't want to offend her, so I choked it down, bite by bite. I'm not really going to miss this London, but the people who lived here. That bartender, and the horse, and the fish and chips lady. This pissing match was never theirs to lose. That little major and Section 13, the last battalion, even Helsing itself meant nothing to them. But now, they're all dead, corpses feasting on each other. And that is something I just cannot abide.
Let's avenge them. You and me, Saras. Do it. Blast them clean out of the sky.
Yes, sir. For those who died tonight, and for London.
Now, Masher! Target the enemy dreadnought! Fire upon my mark! Send them down into the pits of hell.
Hull bridge in sections 1, 3, and 4.
Explosion in ready room 2, sir!
Engine mounts 4 and 5 have been shot!
Flight capacity down 32%!
Lieutenant! We have to turn this ship around right now!
Hold your course, damn it! This Severance armor might as well be paper against that much firepower. We cannot escape this fate. Bring us down! Crash land us!
That's kind of hilarious. You can almost see me in the background.
No! Target that bitch! Target Sarah's Victoria!
Sevens, get out of there! Those are the Arconians incendiary grenades? Mon Dieu, they are so big!
Welcome to the UK, assholes.
We're not done.
You are there, ladies. Don't call it a night yet. They're still coming.
How did you bail out before it crashed? Not a scratch on him. What the fuck is this?
What did you expect, les gars? Those aren't people. They're monsters. Fall back and reload, Mache.
Right.
All right, wild geese. It's time for us to take the stage. No more foreplay. These Nazis want it rough and I'm feeling generous. Let's give them a wild night. Lock and load, men.
Those grenades won't stand to this. Only 42 of us survived the attack, Lieutenant.
We've lost more than half our fighting force already, and all of our heavy artillery, sir. But our spirits have never been higher.
Your orders, Lieutenant Soren Blitz.
Go in there and grind them down into a thin red paste. Kill them. Kill them all!
These creatures, they are vampires, n'est-ce pas? They're stronger and faster than any man alive. And they'd storm heaven itself for a juicy goose dinner. To them we are marionettes, wobbling on strings. They know the moves we make before we do. They'll dodge our bullets and take off our heads before we even realize we've missed. Ma chère, does that about sum it up? They got wise. Hit it. Like that? It's what you get for underestimating me.
Your men booby-trapped the yard?
Booby-trapped? You make it sound so tawdry. Serves them right for charging in. If our foes are going to play dirty by going vampire, the least we can do is try to even the odds. 60 claymores packed with blessed ball bearings all detonated at once. Let's see them try to dodge that. We are not the greatest fighting force. Engaging the enemy in the open is such a messy affair. This is more our speed. Third floor grenadiers, fire! Constant bombardment, men. Keep those legions pinned to the dirt. That's it! Tear that perimeter to shreds! Rifle squads, concentrate all of your fire into one spot at a time. Anything twitches, you shoot!
Captain! We've halted the enemy's advance. They're pinned down behind those hills. Fuckers aren't moving an inch.
Oh, they'll come out eventually. But for now, this will do. If we keep out of range, we win by default. We play a very high-stakes game. But the rules are simple. If those musty old crowds get inside, it's over. We don't stand a chance in close combat.
So, you don't think they'll retreat?
One would expect. Any other night, I'd say, without a doubt, they will run. But these things aren't afraid of death. They are death.
Se tamen unsolitor unclima sunt sol ospermata vixen grazie ardiur
shit! What the hell is that thing?
Secret!
Hey, you guys. Have you lost your fucking minds too?
Talk to me! Someone tell me what the hell is going on! God damn it! What the hell? Resume fire now!
Mon Dieu. Nobody said they could do this.
This can't be! We're getting torn to pieces by a giant!
Secure us all! I don't want to die!
My arm! It's gone! Where the fuck's my arm?
Please help me!
I can't move!
Please, no. This isn't happening. Wait a second. Why do I feel like I'm watching this moment all along?
I told you about your third eye. Yes, there. Right in the middle of your forehead. Your human eyes are not to be trusted. All they'll do is lie to you. Besides, you are no longer a human. You have become so much more.